Ready to go. So this is a joint meeting of the Open Space and Trails and the Board of County Commissioners on Tuesday, the 14th of June, 2011. So the first item of business is public comments, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah.
Are there any members of the public who wish to make a comment? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And I'm sorry, I've lost my place here, my agenda.
Here, we've got Brush Creek, Roasty.
Public joint session. So we have staff comments.
Right. And because we
Dale, Will, would you introduce yourself to the public?
certainly, I'm Dale Will, Director, Pitkin County Open Space and Trails Department, and we need to make up about a half an hour, so we're going to, the staff recommend that we focus mainly on the Brush Creek Valley, the Lee Creek Bridge update, and the other power-driven mobility device issue, but we're certainly happy to take board questions about any of the other things that we're doing, the Elk Park Grant, the Ashcroft Cabins, the Smuggler Mountain Recreation, and the Thompson Creek Riparian Restoration, which are all briefed and in your packet. But to start with the mountain park, we've had an exciting time in the last few weeks with this mountain park. On Friday, we finished the new trail portal off of Hidden Valley up to the top of the ridge, and yesterday we all were excited that Armstrong, not John, but his namesake Lance, made it up the top of the ridge and tweeted everyone a photograph on this brand new trail that barely had been open for 72 hours.
Which side did he go up on?
My understanding is he came up the Snowmass side through the new trail. That the trailhead, really, the parking is at the rodeo lot, and the entrance to that trail is just up from the Snowmass roundabout. So, but the new trail is getting rave reviews, and we appreciate the help that we had from the Aspen Parks Department and the Snowmass Parks and Recreation, as well as our own crew, in getting that done. There's a nice photograph in your packet of them out roughing that trail in. We also had a great turnout on National Trails Day to get the volunteers from around the county at work getting their hands dirty in the new mountain park. One thing that is coming up is we've proposed having a naming committee established to decide what this greater area should be called. And at the last Open Space Board meeting, Hawk Greenway became the Pitkin County Open Space Board's liaison to that committee that'll be meeting over the summer in the hopes of choosing a name by September 15th. So this is a reminder to the county commissioners, we need you all to decide which one of you wants to be on this committee as well. It's not an action you need to take today, but it'd be nice if we knew that by the 28th, when we have a big celebration scheduled for the mountain park. Once again, that celebration will be on June 28th at 3 o'clock at the Pavilion in Snowmass Town Park. We're going to have refreshment and speakers. Yesterday I received a confirmation from Gail Schwartz that she'd like to attend and say a few things about that. And Fran is working hard with Pat Bingham and others to pull that celebration together. So maybe before I move on to the next topic, if there's board comments about the mountain park or any of the items with the celebration.
Jack, just let me go first. It'd be interesting to invite Scott Tipton to just extend an invitation, a cordial invitation to Scott Tipton. You mentioned meeting a representative from the Board of County Commissioners for the naming committee. Is that committee going to do the naming, or are they acting as a clearinghouse for names?
Well, the proposal, and I believe we've presented this memo to the county commissioners, the proposal would be to empower this committee to choose a name, Now, their charge will be to take public input on this. The composition of the committee, as we've proposed it, would be one member from the political boards of the county, the city, and the town, as well as a member from their open space board, and the Aspen Valley Land Trust. So that's 7 members of this committee. And the notion is ultimately they're going to choose a name.
So, we don't have a full board here, but I think it's appropriate I would nominate Jack to be on that board since he was so instrumental in helping acquire the property. So if there's no objection, I think we can just give that direction. Jack, is that acceptable to you?
Yeah, it'd be great. I've been involved in that property since 1988 with the wildlife on it, et cetera, just like Rachel, of course.
Thank you.
Great. And
So
John,
I
I'll
have the
do-
memo for that, huh? Are we okay?
Well, we've done some research on some of these names, and in your packet, we noted that we finally figured out where Cozy Point came from, which is a great
That's
story.
a great story.
It's hard to believe somebody would park a buggy inside a railroad town, even for those purposes. But
Trains didn't run at night, so. Well, the next topic.
Bob, I'm sorry, did you have a question?
Well, still on kind of board and staff comments. Is there a place where the public can go to get a map, some trail information at this point? Now that some of that stuff is open, I've got my mountain bike out front, and I'm getting ready to get up there at some point. I want to know that I can handle the trails. Is there any information on skill levels, those sorts of things? Is anybody putting that together?
Well, that's a great question. We adopted an interim management plan which shows the basic route, and that's on our website. I could project that if you'd like to see it here and now. But your point is a good one. We should put out a handout that has more specific information. John, I believe we've got the trail signage posted.
We have the map here. We could pop it right up, or we could project it as well if you want to see it right now. But I know what you're saying. I think that's a very good idea that we could have a little more info, perhaps the map in a pamphlet form at the kiosk or something like that with a little more info as well.
We now know Lance can get up there on his mountain bike, but if I take my little buddy from the buddy program, is he going to be able to make it up various trails and that sort of stuff? So as soon as we can get that information on the website, and then we can broadcast it through our communications department and let people get that information on what the trails are like and what the skill levels are and the maps, what the one trail
Yeah,
is.
it's really just one trail at this point.
I think you'll find that the climb up from Snowmass is pretty gentle. The new trail from Hidden Valley is designed as an intermediate level trail. The climb up the Radar Road is another beast altogether, and it's got a sustained 18% grade, and it's kind of a lung burner.
Very quickly, Michael. Gail recognized a number of people that work together, including, Roaring Fork Outdoors to get the trail done. Well, we should not forget that actually the Snowmass Rec Department and Pam is the one that actually muscled that machine up there to do that work. So,
Well, it was really fun seeing the crew from 3 different governments working side by side on that trail in the last couple of weeks.
You mentioned in your memo the wildlife, vegetation, and historical resource studies moving along, and public meetings scheduled to obtain input for drafting long-term management plan. Can you say a word or two about those?
Sure. We have commissioned this report for looking at the wildlife use on the ridge. Of course, everyone understands the elk come through there in great numbers, but little is known about what other wildlife may be hidden away. And although people look at that ridge from the road, it looks like sort of a sharp ridge, when you really get in it, it's amazingly complex. There's aspen groves and gullies and hollows, and we really want to know everything that's living up there so that the planning for the recreational uses can be sensitive to species of animals and plants that are on the ridge. We're also doing a cultural survey at the same time. The same consultant is handling that as well. And that will identify original homesteaders and other historical things, such as where Cozy Point came from as well. Our long-range goal with this is to have a long-range management plan adopted by the end of this year. So I'm sure we'll be scheduling a series of public input meetings once we have our base data organized and ready to present, as well as some initial suggestions of the kind of recreational uses that we would envision for the interior of the park. Okay, well, next the staff would just like to give you an update on the timing of the Woody Creek Bridge. Earlier today, we were talking about trade-offs of funding different things, and one of the priorities of the department at the moment is to complete the paving of the Rio Grande Trail connection into Aspen. Of course, Pitkin County was the first entity to get pieces of that trail up and running, but in the meantime, we've been sort of caught up by RAFTA, who have a paved trail from Emma down to Glenwood Springs, and consequently the public have been asking why the trail has still got soft surfaces on it in the upper valley. So Lindsay's been working on that last piece that we need in Woody Creek and has an update.
We met with CDOT last week to review their comments on our 35% plans for the bridge. And the trail also, but the bridge is the main construction really in that section. Everything looked good. They only had minor comments. They were pleased with what was submitted. Now we turn around and submit a new package, which goes to Denver for review. And in particular, the bridge engineers for CDOT in Denver will be reviewing the design that we have. So that will take at minimum 2 months. So we're going to check back in September and see where we are in timing and all of this, because it's definitely pushing our construction season this year. So that part's to be determined. But it's moving along, and CDOT's been really great as far as pushing things along. So.
Lindsay, you mentioned that the engineers are going to be checking design. Is that exactly what you mean? You mean they're going to check specifications? Is design really a consideration for the engineers?
They check the spec package, but also just structural for meeting their requirements.
So structural aspects and that kind of thing. Design, aesthetic design is not.
No, sorry, not aesthetics.
Okay. I just want to make that clear to people that the specifications, the weight bearing, the span, that kind of thing, the abutments are going to be reviewed by the engineers.
Right.
Yes. Okay.
So if you're on the trail now, you'll note that from Elam Road to the crossing of the McLean Flats Road is paved, but then it's unpaved from Elam Road down to Pitkin.
Woody Creek intersection of Woody Creek Road.
Okay, to the Woody Creek intersection. So we've got this soft surface still in the middle, and we hope to get it done this fall during this construction season, but depending on how this goes with getting this final approval for the bridge. The reason CDOT's involved is we're using some CDOT funding on it. It's not part of their road system. But we will report back to the two boards late in the summer with an update on whether we're going to be able to try to finish that in 2011.
So let me clarify. You're talking about paving and the bridge.
In the section between Elam Road and the Woody Creek Road.
Right. And so somehow they go hand in hand, the paving, the bridge. How does that work?
Yeah, I mean, it's all one project. Bridge is always just the topic of discussion. But in order to set the bridge, we have to get the trail on either side of it get all that ready to go so we can set the bridge into it. And since we're removing part of the berm in order to do the trail, all that's really one project. So we couldn't pave because we'd be leaving out the section in the middle, if that makes sense. So it all needs to go as one.
So the alignment for the paving is actually tied to the bridge,
Bridge
and
abutments.
therefore it has to be considered one project?
Yeah.
I understand. Jack, you had your hand?
That was my question.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions?
We use the term phase 1, phase 2. Is there a phase 3?
Not currently.
So completion of phase 2, just for public information, will be the installation of the bridge and the paving.
Correct.
So once those two components are done, phase 2 is completed.
Right, and phase 1 should be done early this summer. That includes finishing up the soft surface that's up by the Woody Creek water tank and clean up on what was paved last year, as well as finishing up some other soft surface.
Phase 3, I suppose, could be the final push into Aspen. And meanwhile, the Open Space Department is gearing up to do some public scoping on how people feel about that last piece of trail between McLean Flats Road, where it crosses at WJ, and Stein Park. Okay, we also want to touch briefly on the process for getting our final rules regarding other power-driven mobility devices up and going for the trail system. And just to review quickly for everyone, we received notice from the Department of Justice last winter that all the trail organizations in the nation needed to adopt rules for these power-assisted vehicles that are needed by people that have mobility impairments. And we have put together an interim plan for our trail system, which essentially categorizes the trails into three categories. There's trails where we don't think any kinds of vehicles, power-assisted vehicles, are appropriate at all, and those tend to be our steep single-track kind of trails. There's other pieces in our trail system, believe it or not, where we don't believe restrictions on the devices are appropriate, and those tend to be our roads. Smuggler Mountain Road and Midnight Mine Road are already used by Jeeps. So. But in between is where all the discussion has been with essentially our wider paved trails. And we have a draft of a plan that we're going to have out for public comment and then bring back to the two boards in July. And it has limits on width and weight and so on. We are also working with the other trail organizations in the valley to try to get some uniformity in the rules. And do you want to have more on that, Lindsay?
Sure, right now the plan is out for comment. It's found on our website. My email is on there, so please submit all comments to me. I've submitted it to all of our adjoining trail managing agencies, as well as other members of the public who are identified as maybe being interested in it. So the plan is to, by the end of this month, I think the date was June 28th, to get all the public comment back in and then edit the plan appropriately and bring it back to the Open Space Board and then the BOCC.
Jack?
So I understand the reason why we're moving forward is because of the link to federal funding.
No, it's a federal law under the ADA that we do this regardless of funding.
Oh, so it's beyond the funding issue.
It's a civil rights issue.
The law defined a wheelchair versus another power-driven mobility device. And wheelchairs are allowed everywhere and anywhere always still. But then other power-driven mobility devices is what we had to define what we thought was appropriate and where.
But so how do we draw the line between a trail being open for one of these devices and not? Is it through safety?
Safety was one reason. They gave 5 reasons that you could look at. Environmental, I can read them real quick. well, you could look at the different type of device, and then based upon safety, environmental concerns, if the trail, basically if the trail was already closed for different reasons, then you can close it to the other power-driven mobility device. But if it's open for pedestrians, that's when you had to look at the different ways that you wanted to limit it. So they defined ways to do that. Safety and environmental being the two main ones.
What were the other three?
I consider,
This is a session for us, and I don't want the public interrupting, please.
yeah, my quick feedback is I think these things are going to be unsafe no matter where they are, so I have a hard time moving forward with this, because if they give us the out on safety, I would implement it and then let them challenge us. I don't like these things.
So, I mean, what we've done right now is on the restricted trails, which are the ones that we're allowing the device on. The device still, right, the way it's currently written, has to be under 32 inches wide, has to be designed to go 20 miles per hour or less, must be electrically powered, and currently our weight limit is 60 pounds for just the vehicle. So if it comes to other safety concerns, we can always define it in there or change those.
20 miles an hour around a curve facing a baby stroller or a bicycle is unsafe. So that's my own personal opinion. I'll get educated to try to understand all of this, but at this point, I don't see how I'm going to be able to support this.
Well, and just for clarification, once again, if anyone wants to look at the proposed rule that we have, it's on the Pitkin County website, and we will be bringing this back following some public comment to both the Open Space Board and the Board of County Commissioners for their formal action.
But this is our draft plan that we have here.
That's what we've released for comment.
That's what I was reviewing.
Right. That's good. The next thing I want to do is introduce a new open space employee. Barb, you want to
Sure.
do that for me?
We had a new position last year, land officer, that we had filled for about 6 months before Justin had to go back to the Front Range, and we're lucky enough to have Paul Holsinger fill his shoes, and he'll be stewarding all of our conservation easements moving forward and doing all the post-acquisition administration of our property. Paul, you want to tell me about where you came from?
Yeah, so most recently I was at Colorado Cattlemen's Agricultural Land Trust for about 1.5 years as their Colorado Conservation Trust Fellow. And before that I was with Legacy Land Trust, so I've been in the business for about 3 years now, mostly focusing on stewardship and doing some new acquisition project stuff. But me and my wife are really excited to be here and getting the stewardship program all ready to go.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Of course, this Paul's position is the result of our strategic plan that we worked on with all of you, and we're excited to be fully staffed. I guess we just have a few more minutes before our guest speakers. If there's questions about the other things that we have in our packet or any other board comments.
Judd? Did you want to speak?
No.
Okay. Excuse me. Ashcroft Cabins, seems like unfortunately we'll have to demolish one of them, the Senega, if that's how you say it, Senega? Senega, any further update as to possibilities? And if not, is there a drop-dead time where we have to actually, I guess before the snow flies, right, demolish?
Right. The history of these cabins is that when Ted Ryan owned this parcel up in Ashcroft, over the years, 3 different cabins were moved to the property. None of them were originally built there. They have different pedigree. The 2 that remain are the Fitzpatrick and the Senega, and in the agreement we had with the National Forest when we bought that parcel for them and then exchanged it to them. We were originally to have the cabins off the property by the time it moved into federal ownership. They waived that requirement so we could complete the exchange, and also because at the time there was some interest in potentially integrating those cabins into the Ashcroft ski touring system or some other purpose on site. Last fall, we received a letter from Scott Snelson stating that they've thought about it and they made a final determination. They want the cabins to be gone by December of 2011. So the open space staff and board have proposed putting together essentially an auction program for the cabins for this summer, where we would anticipate the Fitzpatrick may not glean a lot of interest. Although it's originally a cabin from way back from the 1800s. It's not in great shape, and it would be difficult to move. The more interesting cabin is the Senego that was built by Stuart Mace in the late 50s as a gift shop at Toklat, and was later moved up to the Ryan parcel and converted into an overnight cabin and had a little addition put on it. And that one is a lot of people are fond of it, partly because of its association with the Mace family. But we are now intending to move forward with this auction. Our auction will give extra points to any public agency that can keep either one of these cabins in some sort of public use. But ultimately, the requirement from the Forest Service is that they need to be gone by December. Now, interestingly, I just got a phone call yesterday from the Forest Service saying that they've realized they need to do a Section 106 cultural survey of these two cabins. So we may not have heard the last of this yet, but we're trying to comply with the direction we're getting from the Ranger's office.
Did Snelson ever comment on why it was incompatible with the Ashcroft ski touring operation up there?
I never got a detailed explanation of that. I'm aware that the National Forest System in general, of course they have their own funding problems. They're really loath to take on structures. The maintenance and the upkeep and then the administrative problems of being a landlord are things that they're trying to weed out of their system, and these are just two cabins that they don't want to have to worry about. That's essentially what.
Did the operator of that system inquire about the cabins?
Well, I know over time the management at Ashcroft Ski Touring has expressed an interest in them as employee housing, and they have been essentially used for that up until the point that the land changed to federal ownership. The Forest Service specifically said we needed to have the tenants of the cabins gone before they took possession of the land, and so they've been sitting vacant for the last couple of years. Okay. Well,
Just let's see if there are any other unanswered questions for Dale or staff before we turn it over to the DOW. None? Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Lindsay.
so next I'll just say briefly that we've invited representatives from the Colorado Division of Wildlife to talk to us about coyotes, and I think everyone in town understands the event that probably precipitated our interest in this. We had a dog taken on county open space, and in the aftermath of that, there's been a lot of questions asked about coyotes and other wildlife and their interaction with the public. The staff at Open Space believe that we're trying to operate manage our properties in concert with the natural ecology that's on them. So at the staff level, we have not wanted to interfere with the lives of these wild creatures that are on the properties, but we always think that we can learn more and I look forward to hearing from our friends at the DOW.
Thank you, Deb.
Hello, everybody.
This is Kevin Wright with the Division of Wildlife and Perry Will with the Division of Wildlife.
Hey, there's Perry. If everybody knows, Perry's our area wildlife manager or supervisor for Area 8 here. Mike Porras has gone around. He's our public information officer, and Julie Mao is our wildlife biologist. So we have a lot of people here to ask questions. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Murphy is here as the wildlife commissioner. Sorry. That's a bad one.
It's one of the wildlife, actually.
But anyway, we're here to, basically, for your informational purposes, whatever questions you have, just feel free to ask. We're not really sure what format you want to use. Obviously, with the incident that happened up on Redmond Smuggler there, it happens all over. It's not an uncommon thing to have happen, to have coyotes take pets. Whether it be in Snowmass Village, where it happens quite frequently, anywhere in the valley, anywhere in the state. So it's not really something that's unique that happened up there. So what I have, if you're interested, I do have a short PowerPoint on general coyote behavior and biology. If you're interested in that, I'd be happy to go through it, and then we can open it up to questions. And is that?
I think, Kevin, that'd be great to have a presentation, because this is being broadcast on our grassroots system, and so it'll be available to a wide audience who would, I think, appreciate it, and then we'll open it up for questions afterwards.
Okay. We'll just go on through here a little bit. This is basically just a short PowerPoint on coyotes. Okay, see if we can get it to work. Fran? Basically, I'm just going to talk a little bit about coyote behavior, a little bit about our nuisance wildlife laws, and some conflict solutions that we can try. Basically, coyotes are, males are run up to about 45 pounds. There are some coyotes that are larger than 45 pounds, obviously, and we have a lot of reports sometimes coming into our office about people seeing wolves and claiming that there's wolves around, and most likely what they're seeing in this area is a very large male coyote. Females are obviously smaller, 22 to 35 pounds. Most people are pretty cognizant of what a coyote looks like. They're a member of the dog family. A little bit about tracks. Obviously, the cats, the bobcat and the lion on the right-hand side are really rounded type track. The dogs or the canines are going to be a little more oval, and the coyote even a little more oval than a regular dog. You're always going to see their nails, as opposed to a cat that you will not be able to see their toenails when they walk or in their tracks. I don't know where there's not coyotes. Coyotes run all the way from Alaska all the way down all the way south. So in this area here, coyotes range from the alpine areas all the way down through our riparian corridors into our towns and communities. There's not a habitat type in the Roaring Fork Valley that there's not a coyote. They're real generalists. Like I said, they can adapt to just about any type of environment. There are actual coyotes that do not live in what we call habitat. They live in concrete in some of our urban cities. It's pretty. There's been some interesting studies and things about the urban coyotes of California, where they actually have rush hour traffic down. They'll bed down until rush hour traffic's gone, then they start moving throughout the homes, the residences, going up in porches and different things like that. There's been photos of coyotes actually on the subways, sitting in a seat. So coyotes are very adaptable to, basically, I guess the point is they're very adaptable animals. And there's just really not a habitat type that you will not see a coyote. Very intelligent animals. Whoops. There we go. Food habits. Coyotes are in a way, I like to compare them to bears in a lot of ways. They're real generalists. They're very opportunistic. Although compared to a bear, that most of their diet, 70-90% of their diet is vegetation, a coyote's diet is probably about 70% mammals, small mammals. But they will take anything from birds and eggs. They get into trash, pets. Obviously, they don't really distinguish between a wild animal and a domestic animal. Generally, if it's a smaller type animal, it's prey. And okay, there's a general diet composition. As you see the vole there on the right-hand side, we have a lot of those around here, and you'll see coyotes mousing. And they really take a lot of mice, a lot of voles. I know of some ranchers down valley that will not let anybody shoot a coyote in their property because they like the coyotes, because they'll go through the irrigation ditches and take the small mammals and the voles and the mice that makes their irrigation ditches more porous. So they actually like to have coyotes in there doing the mousing for them. So, but for the most part, small mammals are the primary diet of a coyote. Again, they don't differentiate between a wild and a domestic animal. They'll take just about anything that's small. And if it presents itself, size is probably a little more of a concern. So a smaller, anything in the smaller size will and can become prey. There are obviously instances where we have coyotes in a ranchette or even in a city type situation. They'll act like they'll come in and want to play with your dog, and they'll actually lure your dog away, and then they attack the dog once it gets away, because there's usually more than one coyote around, and that's fairly common. And if you look at in wolf behavior in Yellowstone, you see a lot of that as well. Sometimes it's a typical canine response. They're active day and night. They can be active anytime. Mostly at dusk and dawn. That's when you're going to see them out there a lot, but you'll see them all the time. There's really no set areas that they bed down, usually in some type of sheltered area. Very, very keen eyesight. Very good hearing. So they are their senses, they have really good senses about them. They live to be around 10, 12 years of age. In the wild, so they're a fairly long-lived animal. They'll breed in February and March for the most part, about a 2-month gestation period, and then the young are born in April and May. Average litter size between 5 and 7. Females can breed the winter following their birth. So in a real exploited population, a population that may be hunted very heavily, you're going to see a lot younger age class, a lot more younger animals breeding at a much younger age. In an exploited population, you also see increased litter sizes versus a population that may not be as exploited. There'll be a little bit older age classes. You probably won't have quite the litter size as you have in an exploited population. You might also see them, if you want to call them packs, of a larger group of coyotes. You know where they'll den just about anywhere. Under rocks, under logs, under people's decks. Sometimes you'll have more than one litter will be found in one den. Since they are an animal that will be in a group, you can have more than, like I said, one litter in a specific den area. The one thing about dens is they'll be fairly close to water, usually typically less than a mile from water. Both the adults will hunt. You'll see them in pairs, you'll see them in singles. It really depends on what they're going after. Obviously, we will have some issues with coyotes taking domestic livestock, mainly sheep, more than anything else. They'll remain together until late summer or fall, and pups are usually found in groups until the next breeding season begins. But when we get into the list, little bit on the legal status of coyote. The state of Colorado is very liberal as far as coyotes and what can be done with coyotes. Obviously, we use hunting as a control method and a management method for a lot of our wildlife species. Coyotes can be hunted year-round. There's no set season. They're open year-round as long as you have a small game hunting license. You can harvest a coyote. Under our nuisance statutes, you can take, as a property owner, you can take a coyote as causing damage to real or personal property or livestock at any time. So,
Without a license.
without a license, you don't have to have a license in those situations. So, can't be. There's nothing else that can be more liberal than this as far as coyotes. Basically what we do is, when we have issues with coyotes, we can give you what the legal options are. And basically that's just what that is. Hunters can take them any time of year. As a private property owner, if you're having damage to your real or personal property, you can take them without a license. The one thing is we can give you educational outreach tools. We can give you pamphlets and brochures, which we handed out, the 10 most commonly asked questions there. A lot of this is coming from the Front Range that has dealt with this issue very extensively. So we're trying to get some of this stuff printed. We've placed some signs. I gave them to John Armstrong. He placed them up on the Smuggler Road to warn people that there are coyotes in the area. One of the biggest things you can do if you see a coyote is not just sit there and try and toss it food. You need to scare it away, haze it, constantly haze it. Coyotes will learn if they're being hazed, and if you pose a risk or a danger to them, they will learn that. But basically, this is basically what you can. You can do nothing and let the problem continue. Landowners. The other thing I wanted to also mention, I forgot to mention, is that we do have a state regulation that specifically prohibits the feeding of coyotes and fox. In almost every instance where a coyote has bitten somebody or injured somebody is because somebody has been feeding that animal. People like to feed fox. They like to see coyotes because they like to see them in their yard. They like to take pictures of them. But when you start doing that, they start losing their fear of people, and they'll start going up to other people wanting food, and they can become more aggressive in those situations. So if anybody knows of somebody feeding a fox or raccoon, we need to know about it. I know also in the town of Snowmass Village, they have a specific ordinance against feeding of wildlife, and they act on that pretty stringently as well. I just heard about somebody that's feeding wildlife and feeding fox and possibly coyotes down in the Red Butte area. So it happens, but people need to be educated and need to be explained why they cannot do that and what happens with that. So basically hazing coyotes is one of the best things you can do. If you see a coyote, yell at it, scream at it, throw a rock at it, throw a stick at it. If you have pepper spray, some people walk around because of they have pepper spray with them because of black bears. Spray it with pepper spray, do whatever you want to do with them to make them afraid of you, and that's the real key of that. Removal programs, there's been real extensive efforts to try and eradicate coyotes in certain areas. All of them have been failures. They do not work. They're very expensive programs. They don't work. Usually when you try to remove coyotes in certain areas, they compensate by increasing their litter size. I don't know how they do that. It's just genetically. It happens. And I think you start seeing more younger age class coyotes breeding at that point. So eradication programs have not really worked at all. If we do have a coyote that comes in and does bite somebody, actually bites a human and stuff, we will come in and we will try and remove that coyote. We will euthanize that animal, just like we will with a black bear. If a black bear injures somebody or a mountain lion injures somebody, that animal will be targeted and we will remove that animal from the population. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. That's what we will do.
And the county or municipality can apply for a trapping exemption when it's a human health and safety issue.
Right.
As well, so legal traps and those body gripping can be used.
Back Amendment 14 back in 1996 was passed, and that banned the use of any leg holds or conibears, those type of trapping. But it did allow for most landowners to have a 30-day exemption period. If they're sustaining damage, they can apply for a permit to actually come in and use those lethal means. Counties or municipalities too, if there's a human safety or health risk, they can also apply for that permit. It's for, like I said, one 30-day period in the year. So, basically, we get a lot of these questions, why are there coyotes in my backyard, and, what are they finding? Well, like I said, we've gone over a lot of that already. Coyotes are found just about everywhere. They're going to be in your yards probably because there's some type of prey source there. If people are feeding birds, there's bird seed. They will eat bird seed. Okay. If you have like a lot throughout this whole valley, you have the ground squirrels, you have the voles, you have the northern pocket gophers. You have all these things that make those nice little dark tunnels on top of your grass. The mounds of dirt around. Coyotes will actively mouse in those areas. The best way you can do to keep my yard every time you see them is haze them. Spray them with a hose. Take a water nozzle and spray them. Anytime you see them, just go ahead and harass them. Pretty soon they're going to learn that this isn't a good place for them to be. And that is one of the best things that you can do, I think, is just to haze them. Again, we've kind of removed this. Live trapping of coyotes isn't a real effective method. They're very difficult to try and get in a box trap or a live trap. They're smart. I'm not saying that you can't do it, but it's very difficult. It's something that just doesn't work very well. The 30-day trapping permits we just went over, and then obviously actually shooting them or some type of harvest or killing the offending coyotes was one of the better ways of doing it. So basically, we just need people to let everybody know, don't feed coyotes. Respond to them, haze them. If there is some kind of behavior that a coyote is exhibiting that shows signs of aggression, it's baring its teeth, its hackles are up, his ears are pinned back, and that type of thing, when he gets close to you, we need to know about that. Now, whether that's an aggressive behavior or whether that's a protective behavior is something we need to know. Do they have a den nearby? Are they trying to protect that den? Because they will try and protect their pups. So we just need to know about it. We will check into it. We're not going to ignore it. We'll come out and we'll investigate and see what's going on. So that's about it for that. We can have the lights and we'll...
Thank you, Kevin. That was great.
Like I said, we have Mike here and Julie's here too for other questions.
What I'll do is we'll have questions from the board and open space and trails, and then I'll have questions from the public. So are there any questions up front here for Kevin? Yes, Rob.
Thank you for that presentation. Is there any information regarding what the level of population is around Pickens County, or is it growing, diminishing?
We don't go out and survey coyote populations. It's just one of those, to be honest with you, I have no idea. I have no idea how many coyotes we have in the state. They don't lend themselves to good survey methods, and we don't go out and survey for coyote populations. So they are hunted here. There's a lot of people in this valley that hunt coyotes all the time. There are some ranches, as soon as they see a coyote, it's down. But I can't really tell you how many we have here. There's just no good way of getting that information.
And I know it may not be correlated with population, but do you guys track incidents with coyotes, and is that number on the uprise or on the decreasing?
I know in the Front Range they track a little more carefully than we probably do over here. I believe that the number of incidences are increasing, and that's basically a direct function of our population increase in this valley. Our population, I've been here 27 years almost now, our population in this valley has skyrocketed. Along with that, with our development where we're building our homes and developing up the hillsides and all over the place, it just puts us right there where the coyotes are. And they have learned that we're going to provide them food. I'll guarantee you, there's coyotes right here in downtown Aspen.
So what you're saying is, as part of the potential increase of incidents between humans and coyotes is because of not necessarily their population increase, but our population increase. And we're inhabiting more of their space.
And habituation of the coyotes themselves.
Right.
The humans.
meaning their fear level and their ability to come. The incident that happened on Smuggler Mountain, and I was up on Smuggler Mountain with the Jelniks, and they said that the dog wasn't on a leash, but it was within leash distance. So the coyote came within touching distance of the human, which is, again, a huge safety issue.
Yeah, gets to be a little more safety issues. Obviously, he's targeting the dog in that instance, and like I said, coyotes or anything small is going to be looked at as prey. If there's a loose or uncontrolled dog, like on some of these trails, they could look at it as competition. They could look at it as a threat to them, and especially if they have a den nearby, which this one did have a den down over the hill, they're going to protect that. So it's I guess it's just not an unusual thing to have happen. I've heard of situations where people let their small dogs out to their backyard, which is a nice grass yard, but it's ringed by oak brush or sagebrush, and the coyote's sitting there, and literally as soon as those people let their dog out, the coyote had it and it's going down. So they're very adaptable. I have not had an instance since I've been here where a coyote has injured anybody or really threatened anybody.
And one last question. You talked a little bit about a 30-day trapping permit that could be, individual could get this 30-day trapping permit, but also a municipality or a county could get this. What sort of things are precedents for triggering that, and how would a county or a municipality go about utilizing a 30-day trapping period if they felt the problem was at such a level that they had to do that? So what are the triggering methods, and how would a county go about utilizing a trapping permit?
Answer that
Through the Department of Health, and then they offer the exemption, and then we actually issue the 30-day permit to the county or the municipality. Now, if it's a particular landowner, if it's say beavers in an irrigation ditch that are causing problems, or coyotes on sheep and lambs, then Kevin or any of my officers can issue that 30-day permit. With the human health and safety, which is really what you're talking about there, through a county or municipality, then it is through the Department of Health. They get that, and then we issue the permit. And then we can use like Wildlife Services as an agent to do that.
So they would actually go put the traps, like if there were numerous incidents on Smuggler Mountain, we could put 30 traps up around Smuggler Mountain and then go check them every day, and we'd hire someone to go do that.
Or a private trapper, but there's also Wildlife Services as an option as well.
But just the thing I'd caution just a little bit there, if you're, I don't know whether you're leaning that way or not.
No, I'm just curious what the process is.
If there's a leg hold trap out there or a snare out there, and you have a dog that's not leashed, it's going to have a scent.
Sure.
They're going to put a scent by that trap. And a conibear is a killing trap. A leg hold isn't. A snare is too. So depends on what it is. So just know if you're along a popular foot trail for people and traps are used.
Trust me, I'd like to find excuses.
The kill traps, you're going to have.
That's what I'm fishing for.
You're going to get a dog, somebody's dog in that trap, and they're not going to be happy.
Are there any, Howie?
Not so much a threat question, but from the coyotes. Why do coyotes howl at night? Not that it keeps me up, but I've been told that represents either communication or there's a kill that's occurred or both. What's the
Just basically, talking to each other. It's just their way of communicating. And sometimes especially this time of year, you'll start hearing those pups. You'll hear like the female will howl or something like that, and those pups just start yipping. It's their way of communicating, creating bonds with each other, and
someone should come back to the den with something to eat, and they're excited and very social creatures.
Yeah, it's just pretty cool.
This is a really good presentation. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Hawk?
This is the first time I've actually had wildlife officers recommending the hazing of wildlife. That's generally discouraged elsewhere. I understand that this is the most successful method of dealing with that human and coyote or interaction there. Is this a program that's been underway? I saw something in the packet this morning about Denver, and is it really, this is the, I mean, we don't want to reinvent the wheel here, but this has been used successfully elsewhere, and
That's what we recommend. Denver's a little, maybe Mike can talk a little bit about it, but Denver's a little different situation. And there they have some subdivisions, one right next to the other. One doesn't want anybody to do anything with the coyotes at all. The other one wants every single coyote removed. It gets to be a very difficult thing, but they've dealt with that, and that seems to be the most effective way. Obviously, if we have a coyote that has bitten somebody, we will come in and remove that coyote, and we'll do whatever it takes to get that individual. Now, can I tell you I'm getting the specific coyote sometimes? Probably not. It's very difficult when you have several coyotes in an area, but as far as I know, hazing is, I don't know whatever other method you can really use other than just hazing them to make them fear you, make them fear your space. We got too many people trying to toss them food and toss food because they're cute.
or enjoying the way they look. So specifically up here on Smuggler, do we need to be instructing people, and is that what's on the sign, is to use this hazing behavior when they see coyotes up there?
We do have an example of that sign that we put up there, and John put them up on Smuggler already, and it tells you what to do and everything. So you don't want to try and run from anything that's, if they're attacking you, a coyote, you always want to fight back just like a bear or a lion and stuff. But yeah, just carry noisemakers,
But
hit a rock.
this sign is basically saying how to be safe when you see these coyotes, but it's not necessarily instructing people to throw rocks at
Throw rocks
coyotes.
at it, yeah, when they see it, yeah, probably.
It does say,
At-
doesn't it say carry noisemakers?
Carry noisemakers or rocks to throw.
I guess they make that assumption that people will do that, but it's just real important that anytime somebody sees a coyote, if you're hiking or walking, make it uncomfortable. And they're smart; they're gonna react to that.
That message is statewide though for us. I mean, we're consistent in that message across the state. It would be no different from the Front Range and Fort Collins community versus one in Cortez. The division message will be the same.
But so there's a real takeaway for the public there. It's like, don't feed them and harass them, and it's better for them and for pets and whatnot all the way down the line.
That's just an example of the significance of the issue. Is when the Wildlife Commission specifically passes a regulation targeting coyotes and red fox. Do not feed these two animals because of the number of incidents. Most of that is from the Front Range that spurred this, but we do have a specific regulation saying you cannot do this.
Annie?
It seems to me we've been focusing a lot of time and effort on coyotes, but are there other predators close by that we need to be wary of also?
Well, obviously, this winter, Hank John had to be on speed dial. We've got a lot of lion activity along the Rio Grande Trail. When you get in the winter times, obviously along the Rio Grande goes through a lot of winter range areas. So you're going to have deer, you're going to have elk, and all these animals down along the trail that people utilize, and that'll bring in a lion. There's a lion with, I think, at least 2 kits that was utilized in that area, and I know it killed an elk calf probably 30 yards from a house trailer down there by W/J. So they're in the area. So
do you think they're still active in the corridor, or do you think they've moved higher with the...
generally, lion will follow the deer populations. Just know this year that we have a lot of snow, and some of the deer and elk are starting to move back up, but it's slower than normal. We're having elk calve and deer fawn places they haven't fawned or calved before, just because of the snowpack. But what I've seen is they're starting to move back up. Things are opening up. But you can always, there's always going to be some residential deer. There's always going to be sometimes some residential populations that stay fairly close to our subdivisions and our homes and things like that. And anytime you have something like that, you could potentially have a lion in the area.
And how about raptors or accipiters, birds?
From a pet perspective, yes, owls. Owls will come down and take a pet, take a cat or a small dog. Great horned owls is the one that we'll have here that'll do that. Sometimes I haven't heard quite as much, from the eagle standpoint or the hawk standpoint, but I'd say the primary culprit there will be the great horned owl. Will come down, and that's fairly common as well, especially people that let their cats run around all the time and don't have them indoors. That's just asking for that cat to be taken.
And a good rule of thumb on lion is if you have mule deer, you have lion. You may not see them, but you have lion. They're there. If there's a mule deer, the prey base is there, you have them. We have a study going on in the Front Range, a lion study, and I know and Julie could probably speak a lot better about that, but it's incredible where those lions are at, and people don't even know they're there because of the radio collars. We know where they're at. It's pretty interesting.
Howie?
One of the slides talked about being able to get rid of a coyote as a nuisance factor. Does that create any problems for us on our trails with people carrying weapons that they could justify that they needed for getting rid of the coyotes? If you run into situations like that, how will John respond to that situation?
Firearms are prohibited on open space property.
Each property, opens, just like the city has an ordinance about the discharge of firearms within city limits. Your open space is going to have specific, regulations regarding open space property. Once you get on public land, as far as national forest, if we can't prevent somebody from carrying a firearm. If they have a small game license, they can go ahead and harvest a coyote if they so choose to.
Or if the coyote threatens them without a license.
Yeah, I don't know if all of a sudden we're going to have a bunch of gun-wielding people hiking up Smuggler, and I don't know. I would hope that probably would not happen. And John's going to have to answer that, how he's going to deal with that one. But, I don't foresee this one incident causing that kind of panic.
Jack?
Yeah, several things. Does the coyote have as far as pecking order, is there a predator that goes after coyotes?
Wolves eat them big time.
Wolves will, but I guess the interesting fact is I saw
It better be quick.
I saw a wonderful DVD on the Yellowstone wolves the other day, Jack, and it was really interesting, and the coyote came up and teased the wolves. The wolves are more powerful, but the coyotes are quicker. And they actually come in, they'll nip at the heels of the wolf and everything else, and sometimes they actually pester them so much. If it's a single wolf, not the pack, but a single wolf, then they'll actually be able to get the wolf to leave the prey item that was on. So, but, there's really not too many things that's going to go after a coyote.
Lions will.
A lion will, but
Yeah, very few.
it's basically we're the main predator for coyotes.
Now, I think in your presentation you indicated that both parents, if that's what you call, will help feed. Did both actually nurture and raise the pups? The mother and the father?
Yeah. So a pack is consisting of a mother and father, and that would be the alpha parent. And then usually the rest of the pack is the offspring of that parent.
And do the parents annually, or whatever life cycle, do they stay together? Like married. I mean, I hate to use human analogies, but generation after generation, does it
have the same male, the same female?
Yeah, or do they?
I don't believe that's the case, is it?
I think it is, as long as both parents are alive, then they'll stay together as a pair.
But obviously, if one's harvested or dies, and
In most of the coyote populations, that probably wouldn't be the case. But
Okay, and I know in a quick review, it says once trapped, the coyote must be killed. Why is that?
because we will not relocate a coyote.
Because it's about...
A lot of it's because of disease factors, too, is transmitting disease factors. And,
just social strife, wherever you release it.
the social structure of the coyotes, and to be honest, I'll just say it, just like our black bears, where do I take a coyote where there's not a coyote already? Where do I take a bear where there's not a bear already?
Right.
So it's relocation isn't really it's not the answer. It might resolve an issue for a little while, but it's not get to the source of the problem.
Well, this has been the presentation, and the handouts are very informative. Are these on the website, a DOW website, for example, where people might access?
I don't think they are.
They're not
on the website. There is a lot of information.
The unfortunate circumstance of what happened on Smuggler has obviously spurred the interest, and all of us are certainly interested in educating, and that's why I asked whether people are very savvy. So maybe would our staff, Michael really should be calling, but go ahead and answer, I'm sure.
Currently on Open Space and Trails website, we link DOW information on mountain lions and on coyotes.
Oh, good.
And we're labeling it Living with Wildlife.
If you have the ability, you're welcome to scan our brochure and put it on your website, and as well as that handout of the commonly asked questions. And we brought a bunch of these brochures up too, and if Open Space, well, we'd like to possibly do, I haven't talked to John yet about it, but we'd like to get one of those brochure holders for the sign where you place the big coyote sign, and just put a bunch of these in that.
It's up.
It's up there.
But this one's much more colorful. We took actually...
If we have a holder though, we can place these up the sign.
Yeah, it's up.
Oh, okay.
And actually, you guys do have really good information and links on the website. That's where we got. And I would like to thank the division, because whenever I have a question, I call Kevin. That's where we take our guidance from. And we try to put out educational material as quickly as possible, and the Rangers make a lot of personal contacts, which is all good stuff. But I really think that we have to be thankful for very active press and radio, because that form of outreach, they reach more people than we could ever do with our signs and our handouts and just like that. So.
Yeah, well, it is certainly about education, and there's no question coyotes are adaptive, opportunistic. In our environment, we live in the mountains. The animals are part of it, and so we need to be smart as this information, and we always hear about wildlife not feeding, leaving pet food, not the intent to feed, but opportunist animals or such. So I think the most important thing we, the public, can do is be smart about our own actions, and that would help wildlife immensely.
We just, promote, responsible pet ownership, and that's, I think, a lot of times when you see our recommendation as far as trails and leash laws goes, I think probably about every single time you've had a recommendation from me, it's been, we always recommend pets be leashed on these trails, and it's not just from the instance of dogs harassing or chasing deer or elk or something like that, or some other wildlife species. It's also due to what could happen. If you have your dog on a leash, the chances of the coyote or another animal taking that pet is going to be less. I'm not going to say it's never going to happen, but it is going to be a lot less. So that's why we promote leash pets.
Dale, did you have a...
Well, yeah, I just wanted to thank the division in general, not just on coyotes, but the interaction between the County Open Space Department and DOW has been very fruitful. Kevin was up helping us lay out this brand new trail up onto the ridge line on the mountain park, and I hope these guys will join us on the 28th of June. We're having a little celebration for our acquisition of that piece. I know it's been a concern to the division as well, so we like our interaction with the DOW and understanding wildlife and seeking support for some of these habitat acquisitions that we do. So.
I'm going to open it up to the public for comments or questions. I'll recognize you, state your name, and we have about 20 more minutes, so keep it brief. But I see a former County Commissioner, Patty Clapper, back there. Patty?
Hi, for the record, my name is Patty Clapper. And first of all, I want to thank both boards of the DOW for holding this meeting. I'm a resident at the base of Smuggler, and I do hear the coyotes day in and day out up there. And it's part of living there. And we do see the foxes, the coyotes, the deer. I haven't seen the lions, but I know they're up there. But in reading the information that was provided in your packet, I didn't get to see the specifics from Denver, but it does mention in here that there's a coyote hazing training offered by the county, in this case in Denver. It's free for residents. It says it's been successful in reducing the fear of coyotes among residents. I'm hoping that maybe the boards consider maybe holding one of these hazing trainings. Never thought you'd be out training people to haze animals. But it might be something we could do at the base of Smuggler at Molly Gibson Park or something for people who come and go up that trail. Just to teach people. Education is obviously the key to this issue, and but there are people up there. That is one place you can take your dog. It's hard to throw a ball for a Labrador Retriever and hang on to the leash. That's called hazing the owner. But I want to thank you again for having this meeting. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Patty. Are there any other comments? Yes, sir.
You guys
Can you state your name, please?
Yeah, Tim Pursuti. I'm actually Debbie and Richard Jelnick's son-in-law. You mentioned that feeding the coyotes, is it illegal or is it prohibited? Is there?
It's illegal. We have a specific regulation targeting that fact.
Are there any penalties that go along with?
Penalties?
Yeah, is there?
Yeah, it's a monetary fine associated with that, and off the top of my head, I'm saying it's, what, $68 is all. So there is a fine. We just need to know about it. There's so many people, it happens more than people realize, but they don't want to report their neighbor.
Yep.
And we need that information. And we will pursue it. I'll guarantee you I'll follow up on it.
Are there any other questions or comments from the public? John
Wilkinson, trail user. In light of your comment about the pets on leashes, would you consider recommending to the county that they reinstitute the leash law on Smuggler Road?
And then run.
Absolutely.
That's a very good question, John. Thank you. I'd like to see pets on leash on public trails. I understand people wanting to have their dogs off leash and under voice command. If that happens, the owner needs to realize what could happen. And when we promote responsible pet ownership, we do encourage pets on leash all the time. And I'm not going to make a specific recommendation on Smuggler Road right now. But I would encourage people to keep them on on leashes, especially if we know there's a known coyote and coyote den in the area.
So do you feel in light of this incident, would that have not happened had the person had their pet on a leash or holding it at the time?
It's hard to predict what, I talked to Richard and Debbie quite a bit about the incident and everything. It's just a real unfortunate thing. There might have been a few little signs that there might have been a coyote in the area when the dog kept looking over the edge. But, it's unless we're wildlife trained, so we pick up on little clues like that and stuff. But, I think with that den site being so close, that coyote, he saw the small dog, and it just didn't take much to have it happen. I think if Richard would have had a hold of the leash, would it have happened? I can't tell you for sure if it would or would not have. Maybe the dog would have been just a little tighter into them, and it probably would not have. But I'm not going to guarantee you that.
You can't predict that.
I've known Richard a lot of years. I know he feels really bad about it.
Is there any size dog that they? You asked the question about
size dog.
Sort of the pecking order.
Larger dogs are going to be less likely. If you look at the main prey sources for coyotes, from deer fawn size down is primary. What they go after small mammals. So the smaller, the more risk there is. A larger, but like I said, I've known places where a coyote has come in and acted friendly with a golden retriever or something and lured it away from the comfort zone or the house. Once it lures it away, there's some other coyotes waiting, and they will take that larger dog. And they look at that dog as a threat. That's what they are. So.
Are there any other questions from the public or comments? Okay, then we'll close. Kevin, Perry, thank you so much for you and your staff for coming and presenting the issue to us, and we deeply appreciate it. As Dale said, the relationship between the DOW and Brigham County. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Just
the note to the open space board. We have a picnic lunch, and if you guys want to hang around, we're going to adjourn at noon, and we can all grab a sandwich out in the park.
So, are there any other matters that we want to take up on this point? This is a joint body. Something we haven't covered?
Do you all want to hear about the Elton Park grant or Thompson Creek open space or?
Yeah. I guess, any questions that you had on any of the items in the packet?
That's what I'm asking now, so. I think the meeting is completely dissolved into chaos. There was a fine line there.
And well, you're one of the chairs here.
And Dale, do you think, is there anything else you'd like to cover? Or would you like to go have lunch?
Well, let me invite comments from the open space staff. We got it all? John, we're good? Do we have anything else we want these guys to know about today?
No, I don't know if people read the article on the fawns that was on the front page, and we were happy to get that outreach too. But two baby fawns, pretty young fawns, curled up in a ball, as they will do. The mother wasn't around. They were right along the side of Smoky Mountain Road. So we did get a call originally from ACES, I think it was, and people were concerned because it is a voice and sight control area, and the fawns were in close proximity to the road. So we didn't do anything because we can't. There really wasn't anything we could do. As Kevin stated, you can't touch wildlife, you can't move wildlife like that. And then a couple of hours later, I got a call from a woman who told me she was walking down the road with the fawns, and her and her friend each had a fawn in their arms. And I said, don't move, stay right there. And Brian Long, the city ranger, responded with the deputy, and we had the DOW involved at that time, though they weren't on scene. And the problem is, once they're picked up, they're scented by human beings. Whether the mother would take them back or not, I don't know. I don't know all of the ramifications of that. But the fawns were taken to a little more remote place off the roads. Once they've been touched, we figured it was better to get them off the road and out of the way of uncontrolled dogs, if that was the case.
So the message is, John, not to interfere with wildlife, even though you think they might need help. Is that?
Yeah, these women were acting, thinking they were good Samaritans, and they were actually doing absolutely the wrong thing. Yeah. So, but we're lucky we live in a place that has a lot of wildlife, and I guess a lot of people just need education on how to coexist with them. So.
Okay, thank you.
Please don't feed the wildlife.
Hey, John, I just wanted, could you follow up on your issuing tickets on the Segways being driven on Rio Grande?
Yeah, in fact, one of the fellows that was just here was the owner of a Segway tour company that just opened up in Aspen. And we did issue a ticket in that instance, and we've had a good educational talk with him, and he definitely had some incorrect information.
So what will they tell their renters when the renters...
Well, actually, they're not renting them out, they're doing tours. So their guides will be with the people, so that's a much better situation. And I guess he's talked to the city. I'm not really clear on segways on city streets and that sort of thing, but I hope he is. But we know they're not allowed on the trails.
Are they allowed on the city trails?
No.
No, not that I'm aware of. Though it will get perhaps confusing once the OPMDMD guidelines are put in place. But a Segway, I believe, weighs more than 60 pounds.
Currently, yeah.
Currently. All right, thanks.
Any other questions?
I had one comment. I was wondering that, John, before you head out the door, you're not going to get out there. Did you happen to see Roger Marold's piece in the newspaper on trail etiquette? Are you changing the signs going up on the...
To reflect the lycra.
Exactly.
And I love Roger, and I'm a cynic, and I just kept waiting. I was amused, and I just kept waiting for him to put a disclaimer on it, which he never did. And I don't know if it's worth writing a follow-up letter to the editor or something or not, but everything that he stated in there was at 180 degrees from the truth.
Yeah, I thought it was a laugh out loud funny, and I mean, it was one of the first Roger pieces I could say that about, where it was so clearly a parody.
To us.
Exactly, to us, but I was wondering if it was worth a letter.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, so if you have any input, certainly give it to me.
Well, Hillary's sort of staff rule was we don't respond to letters to the editor or editorials, but I don't know if John has a different take on...
Well, I mean, two things. One, it tends to have maybe the parody discussion go on longer than is necessary, and you never want to necessarily pick a fight with someone who's finding by the barrel. So.
But John, since the issue of yielding right-of-way has come up, what are the rules governing yielding of right-of-way to horseback, to pedestrians, and to bicyclists?
Everyone yields to horses because they're 10 times the size of us, and they're a little bit of a wild card, being an animal. So everyone yields to equestrians, and then bicycles yield to pedestrians. So actually, the bicycle is at the bottom of the food chain, as opposed to what Roger stated in his article.
And it's based on courtesy and respect for each other?
It's safety, yeah. And as far as the bicycle, there is actually a state law that requires the bicycle to announce before passing. And that's something that Gary and I have, and Dale have batted around for probably ever since I've been on with the Ranger program, is do we want to make that part of the 12 code, and so far we haven't decided to come before you and ask you that, but I would like you to kind of think about that, because it's the second biggest complaint we have on trails next to dogs is inappropriate bicycle etiquette and not announcing before passing.
Yeah,
and it's a big thing with me, and we don't have any teeth in the 12th code, although it is state law.
Okay. Michael? Yes, Jack?
As far as protocol, at some juncture when the OPDMD vehicles are allowed on our trails, where do they fit in the right-of-way issue? Who do they yield to? Or no one except the horses? I don't know.
I would put it in the same category as a bicycle, because it's a mechanized mobility. So, and very happily, what we have in the 12th code is we don't have the speed limit on our trails, but we base everything on reasonability and safety. So if somebody's going 10 miles an hour, but it's an inappropriate speed because of the density of trail users, then we can address that accordingly, and it doesn't have to be according to speed limit. And RAFTA has the 20 miles an hour speed limit down in the lower valley, and that may be fine for them, but I really like us having the reasonability. Thank you.
Any further questions for John? You seem to want to run out of here.
I was in a conversation with the DOW.
No, I'm just kidding you, John. Okay. Dale?
Well, just to wrap up, these
Thank
joint...
you, John.
Yeah, thanks.
We really value these joint meetings. I tend to spend a lot more time throughout the year with the Open Space Board than I'm able to with the county commissioners, and we think these joint meetings are a great way for everyone to kind of stay in tune with each other. And Jack, I'll follow up with you on some of the items you wanted to go into greater detail on, but once again, we're happy with the way the program is running right now, and we're really happy with our mountain park. We hope everyone will join us on the 28th at 3 o'clock in Snowmass to celebrate that.
Thank you, Dale. I think we should have lunch.
Right on. Shall we adjourn?
Yes, I think we should adjourn unless you have something else you want to talk about.
I move to adjourn.
Second. Grassroots will be back at 1 o'clock to continue our work session.
Move to adjourn.
Well, we're not going to adjourn, we're just going to take a
Well, but was this not a special meeting, or am I?
The Open Space and Trails Board adjourned.
I like it when you come to meetings.
They just voted to adjourn.
We don't adjourn. We don't.
It's a work
session.
It's work session. So
We left our executive session. We called for the adjournment.
You're just taking breaks.
I pursued this.
Okay, we're at our Pickens County Commissioners Work Session on June 14th, 2011. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and we are continuing our meeting from this morning where we met with Open Space and Trails. And at this point, we are going to start on our memorandums of interest. And the one memorandum of interest we have in front of us is going to be presented by Ellen Sassano. Ellen?
Thank you. There are actually two. It's one memo, but there are two items within the memo. And based on your direction today, I will modify the letters in your packet as necessary and forward them to the U.S. Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management accordingly. These, of late, have been quick turnarounds, and so to the extent that modifications are necessary, I hope to make them in the next day or two and get these both out by the end of the week. So the two letters in the memo of interest are one, scoping comments on the proposed Lava Boulder Creek Exploratory Development Program, also known as the Lava Boulder Project. And the second is the proposed Lake Ridge Exploratory Oil and Gas Unit. And the second letter is one that it's in your packet. It was given to me by Wilderness Workshop really just close to before packet due time. So there's little information in the memorandum of interest with respect to that letter. And I'd like to give you a little bit of background on that one. But first, I thought I'd start with the first letter in your packet, which is relative to the Lava Boulder project. I'm just going to do a quick introduction to that one and then ask more questions unless you'd like me to give you more detail. This, let's see, this project is a proposal by Encana to the White River National Forest, and Encana is proposing to drill up to 4 exploratory oil and gas wells on a 2,500-acre federal lease that they hold near the headwaters of East Divide Creek, in the vicinity of Newcastle, due south of Newcastle, in the 4 Mile Park area as well. And a very small portion of the project is located in the northwest corner of Pickens County. And there's a map in your packet that gives the project location.
Ellen, on the Creek Exploratory Development Program Exhibit 1, vicinity is misspelled.
Oh, well.
In the title of the map.
And that is a Forest Service map, so I take no credit for the...
Okay, well, you can tell them if they can't spell their maps right, then they may have to examine everything more closely. So.
Vicinity, yes. Okay, I will let them... I'll forward that comment. So this letter is not unlike several that you've reviewed recently on the topic of oil and gas drilling proposals. The concerns relate to impacts of the proposed project on local tourist economy. Rob, I tried to pull that out as one separate paragraph, though it's 3. Wildlife concerns, air and water quality issues, public health in general, and roadless areas in the immediate vicinity of the project. So that's where the letter focuses, and I don't know if you'd like me to go through the details of those issues or if you just have questions.
Let me ask you, Ellen, our letters seem to be consistent in this message about air quality and environment, recreation, that kind of thing. How much of an impact do you think that message carries? I mean, do we need to be more specific about exactly what impact it is, what quality it is, or because I'm worried about these letters being effective.
I imagine that in part the impact that our letters have is dependent upon how many comments they get that relate to air quality as a concern. That's probably some of the reality. Whether we have to get more specific about exactly what air quality impacts we're concerned with, I think we state where the air quality impacts may come from on each particular project. Ranges from road construction and the oil and gas operation related air quality impacts to others. But as far as, I don't know to what extent we need to go into what aspect of air quality we're...
Yeah, I'm just concerned about our message, because it seems to me you could group our letters into those Pickens County letters.
Yeah.
And I'm concerned that we'd be discounted on that level. And part of it also is that we repeat the same concerns, but actually what's happening is they're cumulative. In other words, if a project has been approved, that tends to degrade, and then the next project degrades it further, possibly, and so forth and so on. And I just don't know how to craft that message.
Well, in this particular letter, there actually is a paragraph on page 2 about cumulative actions, and it says that in addition to the proposed Lava Boulder Creek project, the Forest Service should analyze...
What paragraph are you?
I'm sorry, this is page 2, and it's paragraph, the paragraph following the air quality paragraph, so roughly paragraph 2 or 3 down the page.
Under cumulative actions?
Yeah. So should analyze cumulative impacts of the potential for other oil and gas development on this lease as well as within the airshed. And it goes on to say cumulative impacts are definitely or should be a consideration. And actually, that hasn't been a statement we've made in other letters. It did come up in this one. So curiously, we have at least a broad statement.
Yes, and I think that's good. I mean, I think, essentially what we're asking for is there a limit on these leases, and how does that limit, how do you recognize that limit? In other words, if these impacts have occurred to some degree or other, and they're cumulative impacts, is there a point in which you recognize that you can't go beyond those cumulative impacts? So.
Yeah, I imagine there's some federal standards that are one threshold, but there are probably others in terms of how far you can go. Okay.
Jack?
As always, good job. This one, we didn't have to even get tougher because you've hit the mark right off.
Oh, good.
I really think, though Michael makes a good point, we must respond continually, even if it's repetitiously, because this is where we and our constituents, to a large degree, I'm not saying unanimous, come from. It's all about the environment. It's all about public health and safety. So there's both ends of that. It's not just us greenheads, and I'm talking about referring to myself, as it were. It's not only that. The public health and safety, the air quality, water quality issues are real, as we've seen in numerous times in another county where they can light water coming out of their faucet. So there's all of those, as it were, cumulative impacts. What I suggest, though, is that the statement about cumulative actions be the last comment, because we broke down, multiples, public safety, air quality, wildlife, roadless. But the cumulative, I would say, consistent with and in addition to the proposed Lava Boulder Creek project, the Forest Service should analyze. Because it's not only about it. Cumulative is not only about this, but it's about the bigger picture. And that's what we're always addressing, is the bigger picture. Ironically, Hap Channel, commissioner from Gunnison County, just shared with me that they have been sued just recently about their land use regulations relative to oil and gas exploration and development. And it has to do with the county's role in permitting, and the divide in opinion, apparently, obviously, between federal and local regulations, etc. So we certainly should be apprised of that, and our staff and our county attorney should follow through just to get abreast of what's going on.
This was Gunnison?
Yeah, Gunnison County.
A preemption issue case where they're testing their land use
Exactly.
authority.
Oh, boy, okay, good to know. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, a question on page 3 at the very end, under the paragraph of gap leases, roadless. You quote the Wilderness Workshop. I assume this was a letter sent to the Forest Service?
Yes.
I certainly agree with 1 and 2, but I'm wondering how there might be some more practically inclined. I'm speaking from a philosophical point of view. Number 3, is it actually acceptable to impose stipulations or take appropriate steps to minimize impacts? For me, the number 1 issue is avoidance. And so I don't know if we leave that in there, but our preference, the bottom line is, we don't agree with this, and the appropriate federal action is no action. Now, I don't know exactly how we state that. Would it be practical from your perspective, and having been involved, in this consistently, to make that statement that our Pitkin County's preference actually is no action on this lease? And it's going to be the same message until we change our opinion.
No action or denying. I assume you're suggesting that our preference would be denying the proposal and canceling the lease. I think it's probably good to make a strong statement to that effect.
You touch all the bases within the body of your letter, and you're saying the same thing, but I'm a in conclusion kind of guy. This is the bottom line.
Do you mind?
Go ahead, John.
Having been involved in some of these discussions on the flip side, just strategically, how you might want to position yourself, because that may not be a message that sticks with the BLM. But I do think, I believe there's some ongoing lawsuits right now on these, on the gap lease, road list. I don't know if that really is. Did you reference that? But it might be, if the board wants to go in that direction, it may be appropriate not to have approval, pending the outcome, and then to have very strict stipulations which can lead to the same result.
Okay, then we can,
if that's where the board wants to go.
Yeah, that's, I think, an important piece that we were not aware of.
So pending the outcome of the decision on the roadless rule, but pending the outcome of it. Okay.
Is that the only reason, John, for that we know of lawsuits? Is it only roadless?
That's all I'm aware of. There may be some other ones hanging out there that I'm not.
Rob? In regards to that, I've got some other comments, but in regards to that, it might be wise to say, consider these alternatives in this order. That our first preference is denying the proposal or canceling of this lease, and as opposed to, here are 3 options, pick one.
Right.
And that gives a little bit more direction and says that this is the way our community feels about this.
And just some other comments. You talked a little bit about the economy and tourism thing. The last sentence in the economy section, it says, it is important to acknowledge the critical role of public lands play in sustaining local rural resort economies. I would go even further and say recreational tourism economies, because that's what we're really talking about. When we talk about rural resort economies, we think of Vail and Aspen, and that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about fishing and hiking and those sorts of people. And I would go even farther and say which are dependent upon clean water. I would say which we depend on the clean water, those things. Something, that this is a dependency of ours to have that sort of activity within our community from an economic standpoint. Does that give you a little bit of direction how that could be a little bit stronger towards tourism economy or recreational tourism economy as opposed to our resort economy?
Yeah.
Which I think are two different things that we're talking about here when we're talking about using public lands.
Mm-hmm. May I ask for a clarification there?
Yeah, please.
So instead of resort, we should say recreational tourism. But the rural aspect of the economy also includes agriculture and grazing leases and that aspect of, granted, that's a much smaller very small percentage of our economy, but.
I'm just not sure where resort economy comes in.
Rural
Resort, I think, of the
recreational
ski mountain.
Okay, thank you.
And I wouldn't use the phrase dependent upon. I would use vital to.
Okay.
Or something that's more more assertive.
Okay, we'll get this paragraph right. Yeah. Okay.
Another comment that I just wanted to make because, in reading a lot of these letters, I'm starting to pick up on certain languages, and I'm trying to understand the language and understand the topics and all of that stuff. So, but to preface this, first and foremost, I want to say that pretty much all this language I'm in agreement to. I just want to understand it better. So I don't want to read in the paper tomorrow that I'm for having oil and gas leases in our community, yet at the same time we do have lights on here and we do use oil and gas in our community.
Yes.
And just like our landfill, we don't want to ship our garbage off somewhere else. Mm-hmm. So there is that aspect of it which I'm trying to understand, but I am in agreement with everything that's said here. There are certain words that become unclear to me because they become undefined. And this goes to what Michael was saying a little bit. Should we be having more meat on the bones to our comments of things? For instance, in the public health and safety section in the middle of the paragraph, which is a quotation from the wilderness workshop and other environmental interests, it says, because spills and leaks are common occurrences in oil and gas exploration. What's common? More than 50% of the time they have spills and leaks? What's our threshold? Is one spill or leak, what we consider common, and to me I read that and I said, well, what does that mean? Is that an environmental group just saying, well, more than once is uncommon for us, and that's where their threshold is, where's our threshold? We believe the project may pose a significant threat to public health and safety. What is a significant threat to public health and safety? Is someone going to die because of this? I mean, and I'm not saying this because I don't agree with these things.
No, I understand.
I'm saying this because as I read these letters, I could see an agency doing what Michael says might happen, which is saying, oh, let's just file this in the Pickens County, filing cabinet, trash can, because here they are just saying that it's a significant threat. Well, I think we need to define what a significant threat is to ourselves. There's a lot of this language through these things, and it's not to say that I don't think all of those things should be protected in terms of oil and gas anywhere in the country or the world for that matter. Especially in this community, and this is where I tie back into the tourism thing. Mm-hmm. This community is based on having that pristine lands. There are other communities where they can protect safety, protect the environment, but still drill for oil and drill for gas, because we're using that oil and gas here in this room right now through electricity. So we're not putting a ban on the use of oil and gas. But we're saying it's not appropriate here because of the other uses. And that's why I keep on going back to the tourism aspect of it.
Right.
So to me, reading these letters, it's not that I don't agree with the things. I just say to myself, well, what does that mean? You know, what does a substantial threat to our safety mean? I'm not saying that you have to change any of that.
Yeah.
I just think as we go forward with more of these, I would like to put more meat on the bone and say, you know, if we have to close down one of our rivers, this is how much it's going to cost us, and, you know, this, that, or this, or... Anyway, that was just some of my thoughts on reading this, so I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, excellent comments. Actually, on the comment about spills and leaks as common occurrences, my recollection is that the letter that was pulled from, that was drafted by an environmental coalition of sorts, probably had a reference and cited several cases. And so in that particular case, I think they actually did have some citations. But the point is very well taken, and so I will, from here on out, either not use terms that are that broad, or basically the direction is to put more meat on the bones, so that when we make a statement, we can qualify it a bit more.
It may be, and one way to approach it, since this is our comments on scoping, you know, that we're asking them to consider that, you know, there are these concerns with these potential concerns with this type of development. And so in evaluating this document, we want to be sure you are taking account of X, Y, and Z, and we have concerns that if X, Y, and Z aren't appropriately addressed, then it affects our the pristine environment upon which our economy relies, our values, that sort of thing. And that way you're not predetermining the outcome, but the goal here is to make sure we get the right questions asked by the Forest Service.
Correct.
And I think you could probably just tweak that language a little bit to make them a request to evaluate based on these types of concerns versus a statement about outcome.
Yeah, I'm torn between using some more generalized language versus specifics, meat on the bone, whatever. Ellen could be writing books, of course. So what we need to do as we evolve this, Rob, and you're absolutely right, is maybe figure out a way to state something that might give an example, whatever, or a reference to me, a fact, because spills and leaks are, in fact, common occurrences, because they are. There's no question that throughout the West, these pads continually go through, spills and leaks, etc. Maybe we just need a qualifier in front of that one, are in fact common occurrences, because we hear about it all the time from other counties. For example, we go to CCI events, there's plenty of natural gas producing counties, and they're sharing experiences about what's happening. And so it's not deniable that this occurs. I'm just torn, as apparently you are, to how do you tweak that? How do you refine it? And, significant threat to public health and safety. Well, certainly, that's a very generalized statement, and in here we might just say significant threat to public health and safety, comma, as the following topics, italicized topics, will qualify or something, because that's what it is about. Water quality, air quality, impacts to wildlife, and quite frankly, as we all sense, and it's hard to define, potential impacts to our economy. You know, as we look on the map, there's only that little tiny corner of Pickens County, and that's for this lease. But there are something like 40,000 leases in Pickens County. I mean, honestly, it's been so long. So this series of leases is very minimal. That's the bigger picture, you know, and the cumulative impact. So I guess we need to struggle through this, and Ellen, take our comments to heart as always, and we might figure out a way to tweak some things. But I would also be very concerned about writing long, lengthy responses, because that's an absolute way to get ignored. They might think they know what you're going to say, but if it's not a volume, a book, they might read it. I don't really know what goes on. I mean, excuse me, I apologize to the agencies. I'm sure they read it, but how much attention, if it's Pickens County and we've heard it before, that's a very good point, Michael. So we're just going to have to keep, I still think we have to keep at it.
The other thing is, are the standards the right standards for the oil industry? And so if spills are occurring, then it seems to me somebody's missing the standards. We've accepted that spills, fires, all that kind of stuff happens, and we accept it as part of business as usual. And I think that we actually have to, I'm not opposed to the oil drilling per se, or the gas drilling. It's the impacts from it that bother me. And so if those impacts result in spills and the dispersion of toxic chemicals, then the standards are wrong for the industry, it seems to me.
So that might be an additional comment.
If they can do it without harm, fine. But that's really the standard that has to be, they have to hold to. We hold everybody accountable for that. If you only have an accident in your car once in a while, is that acceptable? If you only harm people once in a while, not all the time, not as a matter of policy, is that acceptable? So why is it acceptable for the oil and gas industry to have incidents at all? That's a question that I would have.
Very good.
I'm sure it's the nature of the business. I mean, it's...
Well, that's the business itself has defined what standards it will have, and so they go, well, these things happen. Somebody turns a valve, and we release something we didn't want to release, or that fracking. Who knew that the guy had left the valve open and it got all over the So. And they accept it because it happens.
Very good. Are there any other comments on this one?
I think we're fine. I think we drilled down deep on that one.
I've got one more that Rachel also shared, which was she was concerned that we're actually referencing the wilderness workshop letter too much versus making them our own statements.
Okay, I concur.
So instead of saying that, actually, I concur. We believe that, or such. She wanted that kind of language.
Okay, good.
I'm wondering on that point, now having, because I also read it and it registered maybe 3-4 times in here, I wonder if we actually shorten up the comment and don't quote them, but take the content. Because it ought to be our comments though somewhere in here, we certainly could reference the workshop as consistent with local environmental group and others, or whatever.
I would weave all your comments together, I think. Might address some of the concerns.
Good point, Rich.
Yes, as always. Thank you. Shall I, let's see, in terms of signature on this one, it would be best if we could get it out as soon as possible. Rachel's gone for the week?
Yeah, she's going to be...
She is. She's gone through Thursday for sure.
Yeah, so we might want to prepare for Michael's signature.
Okay.
Just give me a call.
Great, thank you. Then if it's all right, I'll move on to the second letter. And again, this is one that I was speaking with Peter Hart from Wilderness Workshop last week, and he asked that this letter be put in your packet, and coincidentally, George Newman also sent me an email requesting that it be put on the agenda. Unfortunately, I had already put it in the packet as a result of Peter's request. So, however, it came at such a late time that I didn't have any time really to even, I read it, but that was about the extent of it. So I talked to Peter and got a little bit more information for my benefit, and if you'd like, I'll share some background with you quickly. This is the proposed Lake Ridge Exploratory Oil and Gas Unit. And I was a little unclear about what the term unit referred to, and you may be more educated than I. But this is a proposal from SG Interests to the BLM to designate an oil and gas unit, which in this case is a combining of 18 separate oil and gas leases, 16 of which are owned by SG Interests and 2 of which are owned by Encana, into one unit. Under the premise from the industry side that by combining all of these leases, the oil and gas resource can be more efficiently removed, efforts coordinated, money saved through economies of scale for the companies involved. I'm sure there are other benefits that accrue. And this particular unit would cover roughly 32,000 acres, covering several counties, but it's predominantly located in Pitkin County, in the Thompson Divide Creek area. I understand that roughly 90% of the acreage is in Pitkin County. A large percentage of it also lies within the area that Thompson Divide Coalition has identified as a priority area for removal from oil and gas leasing eligibility. You all have weighed in on the coalition's efforts in previous letters. 13, just a little more background information, 13 of the 18 leases overlap with roadless areas on the forest. Again, that's an issue that's coming up. And in terms of their status, leases issued by the BLM, this is just in general background. Leases issued by the BLM have a 10-year lifespan, during which evidence of a viable and oil and gas resource must be proven. If it's not proven, the lease expires or may be extended by BLM with further application. Most of the leases within this proposed unit will expire in the year 2013, according to my understanding. One of the significant benefits of bringing the individual leases into one unit is that if a successful producing well is drilled on one lease, the entire unit is good to go and no longer subject to the 10-year lease expiration. Does that make sense? So clearly there's some benefits to bringing these all into one unit. Benefits to the...
It makes sense for the oil and gas industry.
Exactly. So, and as I understand it, at least initially, there's no NEPA process and no former public process associated with the granting of unit designation. However, the designation is subject to federal regulations that stipulate that the designation must be found to, 1, conserve natural resources, including not only mineral resources, but surface resources, and 2, it must be found to be necessary and advisable in the public interest. So it is appropriate to weigh in by sending a letter to the BLM, the Forest Service, and our local delegation in Congress, even though there's not a formal NEPA process associated with this type of proposal. So I don't know if that's, getting water from a fire hose, too much information, but I needed some background to understand the concept of a unit proposal. Any questions on any of that? And then I'll just jump in, briefly cover the issues.
Excuse me, Mayor Michael. That's an important point, because this strategy, though it's legal, can be very detrimental to the environment, public health and safety, all of that. It just consolidates it under a different label, meaning a unit, and therefore, to protect their right, they find evidence of the resource they're searching for, and then it's theirs forever. It doesn't expire in 10 years, right?
That's my understanding. And, clearly, I'm sure there are other benefits to the public as well as industry associated with putting all of these leases into one unit. But I think there are some things from the public interest perspective that may be something you'd like to question. Shall I move into the issues identified in the letter by Wilderness Workshop? And this one was drafted by them for your consideration. The issues include briefly the lack of ability for public to comment on the proposal and whether it is in the public interest through a NEPA process. Potential impact, and we didn't even hear about the proposal through BLM. It's not published on the BLM webpage. Wilderness Workshop, Thompson Divide Coalition checks in monthly with BLM to see if there are any activities that could potentially impact their proposal. So we found out about it because they inquired personally and notified us. But so other concerns include potential impacts to roadless areas, again including the ones we've already discussed today: clean air, water, wildlife habitat, and recreational opportunities. There's also a concern about lack of protective stipulations on the leases within the roadless areas to ensure that the surface interest is protected. Also, again, there are implications for aspects of the local economy, including recreational and agricultural users, hunting, outfitting permittees, and other tourism-related users of public lands. And then, without any indication that there are significant resources to develop here, we don't have that information yet, this is an unjustified commitment of a huge expanse of public land well into the future. So those are the concerns that they have iterated in the letter, in your packet, and I think they are, for the most part, in line with concerns that you've expressed in similar letters. The suggestion is that this letter not only go to the BLM, who administers the mineral interest, but also to the Forest Service, who administers the surface interest in this case, and also to our local delegation in Congress, because they may have some influence.
Ellen, is there a timeline like the previous letter on this one you're aware of?
Well, again, I spoke with Peter this morning, and he spoke with someone at BLM who was not very forthcoming as to a specific date for a decision, and they may not know yet. They may just still be in the analysis phase and may have no deadline. But Peter said, well, is it safe to say that you might issue some sort of decision within 30 days of receipt of the proposal? And apparently he said, that's a possibility. And 30 days from receipt of the proposal would again put us at the end of this week. So no, there is not a hard and fast deadline that we're aware of. And
Well, there's not one disclosed.
there is not one disclosed. And I did not unfortunately, I did not personally speak to anybody at the BLM, so I was unable to inquire, or did not inquire, I should say.
Yeah, may I continue, Michael? Yeah, I think we need to take a very tough stand on this because this land, significant portion of this appears to be in Thompson Creek, and we've got a long history of being involved in that issue. But the most disturbing thing, because I expect this is going to happen, and Rob's right, and to be fair, some degree of oil and gas exploration is appropriate, and I'm not going to weigh in on what that means. But what I don't like about this is a play, basically, to attempt to lock up some acres, a large amount of acres that we're looking at actually preserving, conserving, taking a completely different approach. And by consolidating this into this unit concept, it really doesn't allow apparently much feedback at all. If there's no EA or NEPA process of any sort, where's the information going to come from? Who's going to do the science?
Yeah, that's just for the unitization request. And do we all understand what unitization?
I tried to explain, but I mean...
And so basically, you have a big gas field underneath, and if you have a bunch of companies coming in to tap that same field, you can actually increase the impact in an area because you get into a competitive environment with folks trying to poke as many holes to draw off the same field as possible, or as many as is allowed. What unitization is typically used for, or meant to do, is to consolidate the responsibility for tapping that resource with one group, and then the idea behind it is if you're going to develop the resource, and I think that's where we're getting caught up, you can actually reduce the impact because now you don't have a competitive environment with folks trying to tap the same resource. You have a single user and you can be more efficient, probably poke fewer holes in the ground to draw the resource. I think that so it's kind of an interesting issue here because unitization in some respects would reduce the impact, but I think our concern, if I'm hearing correctly, is any development or any steps towards development in this area are problematic. Well, maybe I'm hearing that wrong. I apologize if I'm hearing that wrong. But the unitization request is, a request to say, let's go from two companies to one company. And so it really doesn't address issues of drilling or resource development. That would come in a separate process through an APD process for, which is application, I forget what the acronym stands for, I apologize.
Yeah.
So there would be another process before any development of the resource took place. And so we may want to show some recognition of that, understanding that process, but also taking the opportunity to say if the board doesn't approve of any development in this area, taking the opportunity to say we discourage any steps towards development because consolidation does also make it a more attractive play for a single company. And I think that would be our concern. Is that?
So, John, that's the background that you have, having been in Mesa County, is very important here. And I can understand that. But with SG interest versus in Canada, there's very little of Encana anyway. So for this particular potential unit of 32,000 acres, it doesn't appear that there was a lot of competition anyway, you know. I'll wash, shake your hand, you shake mine, and we'll... But this really looks like a play to position the oil and gas companies to go beyond, go and explore and do what they do, versus respecting the ongoing process by the Thompson Divide Coalition and Pitkin County government. So that's what's most disturbing, because I expect all this to always, continue. That's business, and there's a need for the, the resource. So I would like to make sure that we mention in here exactly that though there might be a benefit for it looks like this, and we would respectfully request that this not be furthered until a resolution of the ongoing process with Thompson Creek Divide Coalition has in fact played out. Again, I don't know what words we use, but this seems more like chess to me than,
I agree with you.
anything else.
May I add? I think it would probably, yes, I think that's a good way a good statement to add to the letter, or statements to add. But in terms of the unit process, we might want to add a statement that does say we support the concept of unitization where it does in fact result in a more efficient, less competitive, less impactful end game. However, in this particular case, SG Interests owns 16 of the 18 leases, and it is a really large area on the forest. So we may want to say we understand and probably in some cases would support the concept. However, if that's where you're going, we have the following concerns, including the fact that we'd prefer to wait until the resolution of the Thompson Divide Coalition proposal. And in addition, the Forest Service is in the middle of the analysis period for an EIS on determining what lands should be available for leasing for oil and gas on the forest, updating the existing resource plan. So it may even be prudent to say, furthermore, I don't know that they can hold up a proposal for completion of a plan update, but it's another consideration. So.
Yeah, if the proper language references that, we would only reference it in the sense that by that process, we're not even sure that any of these leases would go forward under the proposed EIS on leases currently ongoing.
Or how roadless areas would be addressed. So.
And some of the language just in the, I guess it's a draft, is actually. One of the paragraphs or one of the bullet points says, this is not a hot play, and there's no indications that it will be. That's sort of, it seems to me that's slang, and it's industry slang.
Yeah.
And I'd rather not have that kind of thing in there.
I agree. Yeah. Okay.
Although, the gist of that paragraph is acceptable. Mm-hmm. And, certainly $2. How do you lease anything for $2 an acre? That seems like maybe pre-Civil War prices. $2 an acre? What kind of resources? For $2 an acre, that seems peculiar. Antiquated, outrageous, because I'm assuming that $2 an acre is paid the United States of America for the benefits that they receive somehow. And I just can't imagine getting $2 an acre.
They pay $2 an acre and then they deduct it from their taxes, so it costs them nothing.
$2 an acre for, it just seems incongruous and an antiquated way of dealing with a lease. Who's getting any value out of this except for the oil company?
I'm sure they would argue that the American public consumer gets value out of it.
They got $64,000 for essentially they got the amount of money for a large piece of heavy equipment for leasing 52,000 acres.
32,000.
That seems like a crime.
We probably won't solve that.
And I'm just using you rhetorically.
Yes, no, I know that I'm not the...
Okay.
Fix our economies. What are the answers?
Another question is the need. And there's a statement in here, the history of production within this area does not justify the proposed commitment as so much of the land, there's been so many non-producing wells, etc. I wonder if we can even, within that letter questioning, or making this, within the portion of the letter, making a statement about this being a chess game, really about the unitization, can we question the fact that the history of production in the area shows it's not been beneficial? So why is there a rush? That's just adding to that point. While this ongoing discussion that's at the congressional level with Thompson Creek is happening. I would like to attempt to refine the letter with less, though the approach, they make a lot of incremental statements. A lot of the statements here, the bullet points, kind of are redundant to a degree. I think we can moderate this. Yeah, and the point you made about the draft environmental statement for oil and gas on the forest is the last bullet. I had forgotten that.
Right.
So I would, and certainly other comments would be positive, but Ellen certainly has a challenge with these two letters, getting them out pretty quickly. And I would feel comfortable of Ellen producing her work and Michael reviewing it and signing it without...
I think the second letter just needs to be shortened enormously and just about 3 points there. I think...
but anyway, I certainly feel Michael comfortable just reviewing what he signs and sending it for us, because I'm concerned that there's something we don't know in the background here, which is it's just moving forward under a normal legal process, but we may as well at least have a comment on the record.
Okay. If that's all, I will go ahead and revise both letters, and with the hope of getting them to Michael realistically, maybe probably end of day Thursday. Are you, as early as I can get them to you?
Yeah, just pick up the phone and call me.
Okay. Thank you.
As always, thank you. Big challenges in being our long-range planner.
Oh, but it's always interesting, never boring. Gets switched up a lot, which is great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. So we have 2 o'clock Colorado Counties, Inc. Are we expecting staff to be here for that, John?
No, the the stuff that's been floating in and now we're actually here, there's an open discussion and future agendas, I think, right under the memos of interest. And I know Pat was just going to talk a little bit about the nominations for Picken County Care Service Awards and, making sure the board's aware of that, and also our viewing public is aware of that. And she'll be back in here any minute. But do you want to go through future agendas? I don't have a whole lot there.
Sure. That's what it says on the agenda.
If we want to follow it.
Yeah.
Just a reminder that next Monday we do have our strategic planning retreat. We're going to be getting materials out to you. The staff has actually got inspired to do some revisions and changes, and so we're giving them some room to do that. We're meeting tomorrow morning, and then we'll put a document out to you guys electronically to review, so you can kind of see the work that we've done. And then we're going to be talking about, Tom Baker is going to be coming in to help facilitate that discussion for us that day.
John, you mean the staff discussion or on Monday?
On Monday.
Our discussion.
Yes.
And what you will electronically transmit will be the latest version of the work.
Exactly. And I'll have
timeline. When might that be? Thursday, Friday?
Thursday. We'll shoot for Thursday, probably later in the day, because we're going to need some time to probably make revisions based on whatever discussions we have tomorrow morning. So it's been good discussions so far, but it's been lots of changes.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's a big challenge.
Yeah. Tomorrow, June 15th, there's the Rural Philanthropy Days, and Rachel wanted me to share. She is going to be at the reception at 5:30 to 8:30, and then she'll also be attending some of the sessions on Thursday, June 16th. And Jack, I think you had expressed some interest in possibly being up there. I know there's the meeting with government officials at 3 o'clock that Rachel will not be able to be at. And so she wanted to make sure you were aware that she wasn't going to be there at 3 if you're...
I got her email.
Okay, you're good.
If I may, I might, I'm going to try to be there, but I might not, because I have part of my other world, a broken pipe in a wall with a saturated ceiling and wall, and my plumber is arriving tomorrow. So, and tomorrow morning will be cut out. So I might not show up. This takes precedence over doing another good thing.
And that's all I had.
So if anyone else would like to go to that, we've had emails, etc., and a handout.
Okay, any other future agendas?
Not for me.
Okay. So what should we go on to? John?
Want to do future agendas? Finish?
That's what I was asking.
Yes. Tuesday, June 21st. I noticed, again now for what appears to be the third time, a library presentation. What is that about, John? I mean, it's...
So the library is going to be bringing in where they're at in the design process. We had approved dollars for them to move forward with an architectural firm. They've done that. They have some concepts, some preferred options. We also anticipate, Jack, that that's a time for us to talk about how do we proceed. Also for the library board to get some feedback from our board, because I think there's a lot of potential paths forward here, and it's not clear that we've had the discussion to sync up on those yet. So it'll be a presentation of where we're at right now in terms of the conceptual, the designs, and where those are landing. I think it's also very natural that we start to have a discussion and provide some feedback on what seems to be the right path forward, because we're getting to that point where we're going to need to start making some decisions, and the library board is going to need to start making some decisions. And I think they're wanting to know where you guys are at, where the city council is going to be. I think they have a presentation to city council the day after, with the concept designs and such too.
Well, it's going to have to be a compact hour, obviously.
Right.
Because that's all it is 1 hour. And certainly makes sense to do an update on the design work, and I support our decision certainly in moving forward there because of the cooperative nature of the library and the city and the parking garage. I'm very concerned, though, when they show up that there's multiple consultants here that we're paying for to come from out, and I don't know how many of them are from out of town, but it just seems like a little much to have a lot of people come, for this presentation of 1 hour. So at least I would ask that we be conservative. It was one of the things that I had brought up that I wanted to talk about our approach to the expenditure of the money we allocated, for this next phase, that we took a conservative approach about spending it, whether it's on actual design or consultants showing up, and I don't want to micromanage a process, but my point was to have us have that discussion, and we never kind of had it, was just to send a message, conservative, 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 because I'm not sensing the public out there is just overly thrilled having, another vote on mill levy stuff. So that's just Jack. We have not had that discussion. I have no idea how anyone else feels. But again, conservative approach, because we know we have one real big issue that could very well be on the ballot, the Health and Human Services Healthy Community Fund, and that is absolutely critical. So all of that's going to lend weight to a discussion of 1 hour, both presentation and future steps.
And we may need to add some time.
Oh, yeah, there'll be additional.
Well, in previous discussions about the library, I had brought up the discussion of having some sort of visual decision tree, because there's so many moving parts to this, and there's so many elements that require, planning and money up front, and before decision-making process happens with the city, our board, and a ballot question, those sorts of things. So I just think there's just something regarding, a timeline type thing that I think that would be tremendously helpful for me. And the other thing, in just response to what Jack had just said, Jack and I had a couple of conversations over the phone several months ago, I'm going to say 3 months ago, regarding a little oversight on library stuff. I did bring it up in a meeting, Jack, that you weren't here for, and it was basically the other 3 commissioners felt that it wasn't our job to oversight the finances of the money. We allocated $500,000 for them to spend it, but now it's, to some extent, from that decision, it was kind of their money to spend. If they want to bring a consultant up from Denver, they can bring a consultant up from Denver to present to us. That was my understanding of the decision that was made at that point.
Well, and may I just quickly, there's a fine line about micromanaging, between micromanaging and sending a message. I was only at the message sense. I think it is our responsibility to make the statement, and I would respectfully disagree with that, if that was the fact as well as the impression.
But I'm sorry, man. I think the board's direction at that point was that, the library's a separate district. It's a library district, and they do have a board and a director, and we did appropriate the funds. And obviously there will be somebody up here presenting. That's obviously within the not to exceed cost. It's not an additional cost that we're paying for the project. And you guys are important stakeholders in terms of understanding the ins and outs of what's being proposed. But I also understand, I think, the message piece, which I think is the important discussion that needs to occur so that we're all on the same page, which is, are we synced up on timing and, how to move forward? Because, as I said, there's a number of different avenues that we could move forward, from going to the ballot to build, in 2011 or 2012, and I think the library board has been very conscious of trying not to compete with the Healthy Community Fund. So they're trying to see what are we doing with Healthy Community Funds, and they're trying to think about what their strategy is to move forward. There's also the other strategy of, if we have a design and we are able to negotiate whatever additional easements we need from the city of Aspen, maybe we make sure we get the supports in, we make sure that landscaping is temporary, and that ballot question waits until it's a little bit riper. I think those are the types of discussions that we need to have, and we need to give the library board some feedback, because you are going to be important stakeholders in the process for them, and also you've got your fingers on the pulse of the community, and that's important to them. So those types of decisions haven't been made. Those types of discussions haven't even happened significantly.
John, could you outline exactly what the relationship is of the library as a special district to the county, and because normally, for instance, with the fire department and as a special district, we wouldn't be overseeing their expenditures. They have a mill levy, they have their income, and they as a board, as a board of that special district, this seems different in some degree, and so I'd like to, if you could clarify it, that'd be great.
It is different, and let me try this explanation and see if it makes sense. Special districts can be broken into dependent and independent districts. Independent districts tend to be completely separate political subdivisions with their own boards, their own sovereignty, if you will, to make decisions within certain boundaries, hire and fire staff. We are one of, I believe, just 2 library districts in the state that are structured the way that we are, as a dependent district, where the Board of County Commissioners does retain some responsibilities in terms of approving the budget. The district is pretty close in terms of reporting relationships with staff and support services. And so it's not as clear as an independent district where you have a totally separate political subdivision. But as a dependent district, they do have a lot of independent decision-making authority that's defined in statute and such. And so they do get to, their board also approves their budget and really has hire and fire authority with their manager and that sort of thing. So it's a little bit more of a gray area. The dependent side is more difficult to explain clearly. But that's why you see you guys approve appropriations for the library and such, but you don't have as much direct administrative authority or responsibility for them as you do with other county departments. Does that help at all?
Yeah, well, it is a little bit murky, but it's helpful nonetheless. So the funds that we approved for the second phase of design they were library funds.
That's correct.
That were the source was library revenues.
That's correct.
And we approved them, and so. So now they're coming back in with a progress report on the expenditure of those funds in the second phase of design. They were sort of a sketch phase. They were coming in with more than a sketch phase, but less than a plan phase, right?
They have a preferred alternative, that they want to kind of be sure that, their preferred alternative is syncing up with, where this board is, where the city is, before they bring it forward to any more engineering.
And so that preferred alternative includes some design work, some estimate of costs, and some sort of timetable.
Very high estimate of cost. Timetable is really dependent on these other
High estimate of cost, what do you mean?
Yeah, it's not, so it's.
Estimate high or?
No,
Define.
A high, so it's a 30,000-foot view of cost, so there hasn't been engineering or such. It hasn't been programmed yet, and so there would be a lot of refinement. It's a budget number.
Necessary.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it gives you some comparisons between the different options, of which would be more or less costly to develop.
And then timetable?
Timetable, they could probably give you some idea that would, but like I said, they could give you a timetable of what it would, how long it would likely take to construct. And again, that's a rough estimate because the engineering and, any specifics haven't been worked through yet. What that start date is I think part of the question as far as how do we proceed forward.
So the last library event that I attended was a public session with post-it notes. It was actually very well attended, and they asked numerous questions, and they wanted the response of all the attendees and to put them down on post-it notes, and then put them on a sheet of paper under various subjects. And so I never heard back on what the results of those were, but I'm assuming that those results went into the design that we're going to, or some of this that we're going to hear about at this meeting.
Yeah, that public process was really the kickoff to start getting the ideas and priorities, similar to what we're doing with the airport master plan with charrettes and such, to start to get those broad concepts and then start to build them into a more specific design, and then actually engineer them for construction readiness. So yes, those types of ideas and thoughts that they collected at those meetings are incorporated.
Okay, and what I would like, maybe it's too late, but I would like to know that evolution. In other words, that public hearing had numerous suggestions and directions, and so then we didn't hear the next phase of where that was going to take them. So in this meeting with the library, I'd just like to know how they went from there to whatever they presented. Any other questions from the board? Okay, none. So, is that it with Future Den?
Yeah, and you guys had open discussion, and then we kind of reversed those because we had some timing issues with folks.
So is there any open discussion?
Is Pat in here, or did she sneak out again?
She's not, I don't think Pat is sneaking out. She's just she's having other responsibilities she has to answer to.
It's okay. I think you guys have done the nominations sought for the Pickens County Cares Volunteer Service Awards before, but we are starting to solicit nominations from, and I'm sorry, that's one packet, nominations from the community for nominations for outstanding volunteers to be honored for the 2011 Pickens County Cares Volunteer Service Awards. Citizens are invited to submit nominations for people who are making a difference in the community. Applications are available from our Community Relations Department, Pat Bingham. She's at 530 East Main Street on the 3rd floor, or it can be reached at 920-5204. You can also look on our webpage, www.aspenpicken.com, for nomination forms. So if there's anyone out there that knows somebody who's making a real difference in the community, nominate them to be our nominate them for a Pitkin County Cares Volunteer Service Award. Could barely get that out. Thank you.
And so what we'd like is the public to give their input into that recognition of an outstanding volunteer in Pitkin County.
That's correct. The only other thing I had for open discussion, and I guess this probably should have gone on future agendas. I apologize, I had it in my future discussion folder, but on June 30th, they've rescheduled a meeting for the redevelopment of the Forest Service campus there off of Main Street. That will be June 30th, 2011, from 9 to 11. Right now, Rachel has indicated she's planning on attending, but if anyone else was interested, it is going to be at 617 East Cooper. It's actually going to be at the Aspen Square Condominium Hotels meeting. That's all I've got.
Is that it?
Yeah.
So, let me go back. I asked for BOCC open discussion, and I didn't really see any response. So, Jack?
Yeah, usually John does it first, but I have just a couple of quick things. It has come to my attention, both talking to some residents of Somas Village as well as a letter to the editor, that the Rafter bus stop in front of the Mountain View Affordable Housing Complex, which is, 105 or 10 units, which therefore translates to 300 plus people, is by a matter of policy not going to be a pickup bus stop from Rafter. Would you have any idea, anything about that, Michael?
No.
Because there is an existing bus stop already.
I can't tell you. Normally, the board doesn't get involved in bus stops or schedules or that kind of thing, because we just don't. So, but I would suggest to you, if people are concerned, you call Dan Blankenship directly and talk to him about the matter at hand. So, because I know he'll address it, whatever.
No, I can certainly do that, but I would like this board's support to say no less service in Somas Village. I mean, this is a significant, it's probably, as far as a site, the densest site in Somas Village for residents, because obviously the free market stuff, most of that is certainly up subdivision roads or in complexes, but there's no complex this big. It's rental and ownership units. So, I'll certainly follow through.
I think the thing to do then is if you want this board to take a position on it, I can ask or have John ask Dan Blankenship for a memo on that planned bus stop at Mountain View. Is that what you're saying? So we'll get a memo on it and then get some information on it, because I don't know a thing about it, and then go from there.
Well, what I'd like to suggest is take your suggestion, your first one, and do the kind of go up the ladder.
I mean, from an informational point of view, I think that's good. But if you want us to take a position on it, I think we need a memo from the responsible agency.
Yeah, well, we've worked, obviously cooperatively to provide valley-wide, including Somas Village bus service, and all the way to free bus service, and, this is not consistent. Now, I can understand during the winter, when the road conditions are very icy, a driver absolutely must have discretion not to stop, because it's a little bit of an uphill before you get to the next stop. All that's good, and I would absolutely support that for safety concerns, but, this is not consistent. I really, is there any interest by others on the board to follow your suggestion. I certainly will give Dan a call. I just thought it was so inconsistent. I'd not heard of less service.
Yeah, Jack, I honestly don't know what the issue is. I don't know what's being contemplated by RAFTA, and so there's no way of dealing with it, certainly from a positional point of view, until we have background information on it.
Why don't I give Dan a call and find out what's going on with it, and then we can bring it back to you guys and see if you want to take a position. If one, confirm that that's the case or not, and then if you want to take a position on it, you can discuss.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not sure that, I don't know what the case is. I understand you have concerns, but I don't know what it is. So.
Yeah, and I really didn't, go across the street at Mountain View and, do a survey. So that's just a couple people, and you never know about a letter to the editor, how factual. So I think that's reasonable, John. Let's just start with that and see if it rises to the level of board feedback. I don't want to create a war. I mean, I absolutely understand separate agency, etc., but it's just not consistent with what we've tried to do since 1992 when we passed the half-penny money. More service, not less.
Yeah, but Jack, you have to understand that I'm not sure what the issue is. I'm not sure what's being proposed. I don't know what actions RAFTA's proposing. So I think to take a stance on it right now without knowing what they're.
Oh, I'm not asking us, Michael. Please understand.
Yeah, but I mean, you said that they're going to stop service there. I haven't heard anything about it. I don't know that that's the fact. I think we need to wait until we know what the facts of the matter are, and then act on them.
And that's exactly what I'm asking. Thanks. We understand as commissioners that there's been a discussion with senior services, Marty and team and the board, about how to enhance outreach to seniors that have concerns, for example, face challenges for one reason or another, the example being Joe Hyde. Is there any feedback that we can get yet? Has any discussion of process, outreach, education, anything occurred? Because we're not in the loop.
That's actually something I haven't visited with Nan about. I don't know if any of those discussions have occurred with, we had talked about attending staff meetings with Tom McCabe's staff. That's from the discussion we sat down and had with the Housing Authority a while back.
We had a really good meeting with Tom McCabe, and we talked about how human services and housing could work more closely together to prevent people losing their housing. And since then, I have made contact with Boulder County, which has a housing and human services department. And I've gotten the name of the person who I think can most help us understand how to better integrate services. And I just got back from CCI where I got that information. So I'm hoping that Tom and I will be able to have a conference call with Boulder to start exploring together how our two departments can work together so that we can really maximize and strengthen the opportunities for seniors in housing.
Yeah, perfect timing that you're here and you could give us the update.
Yeah,
There's no timeline, I'm not asking for let's do this, but
we're moving
an integrated process.
And Jack, really where we came out was, I think we all agreed, and this was a good part of the meeting, we all agreed that there's opportunities for us to do things. But right now, just as Nan indicated, is figuring out what are those options, what are the things that we can do that may move the needle. And then we can start to, as we start to figure out what's feasible between our two agencies, we can start to put some timelines to it from there. But right now, I think we're still very much in the kind of learning and researching phase.
Yeah, perfect.
So, but we are moving forward with it.
The use of the word opportunity, I think, is might not be quite the right word. For me, it's a necessity. And it's a necessity dictated by events that have occurred. And I can anticipate that necessity becoming greater as our population ages. So I'd like to put some emphasis on that necessity. That's all I'm saying.
Gotcha.
Yeah, appreciate it, and that's it for me. Thank you.
Rob, any open discussion?
The only thing that I was going to mention is we've got a great food and wine weekend this weekend, but people, please be safe out there. Drink responsibly. Enjoy the wine, but don't drink and drive.
Okay. Anything else? Let's see, it's 2:30. We were scheduled for a Colorado Counties, Inc. legislative issues. John, you were going to present that. Then we're going to take a break at 3, or before maybe.
Man's here.
And then go on to 3:15, the Healthy Community Fund poll. So John, do you want to talk to us about Colorado Counties, Inc.?
Yeah, so Colorado Counties Incorporated is looking for, to start building their agenda of legislative issues. And we, as staff, had some preliminary discussions about issues that we may want to recommend. There's nothing that was developed fully. But there were 4 areas that came up, and I don't think they are all subject of necessarily legislative agenda, but maybe recommendations for discussion. And so I'm going to share those with you, and then we were looking for feedback, whether there are legislative items that you all might have for us to do more research, hang some meat on the bones in terms of filling out the CCI form and putting the legislative issue forward, so that we're better supporting the board in getting that done.
John, could you just for the public's sake outline what CCI is and how it serves Pickens County?
Yeah, so CCI is Colorado Counties Incorporated, and thank you, Michael, I should have done that at the beginning, is Colorado Counties Incorporated. It is a membership organization that Colorado counties join voluntarily. The primary purpose is for CCI to serve as a lobbying entity to make sure that commonly held county interests are supported in the legislature. The majority of what counties do tends to be nonpartisan in nature, administering the public work of on behalf of county residents, and what decisions are made at the state legislature can have a great impact on our ability to deliver services or the relative costs of services and such to our citizens. And so CCI is a voice, a common voice where that can represent all counties and the positions of all, or at least a majority of counties in the state of Colorado. In addition to that, CCI also provides education and training for commissioners, managers, road and bridge folks, health and human services. But really, primarily, it's about making sure our community's interests are represented at the state level.
And so they take the feedback from counties and then act as a lobbying agent within the sessions of the state legislature in order to get legislation passed that those counties wish to see in the state regulations.
And it can either be creation of new legislation and or opposing legislation that's coming forward. It depends on what's out there right now. But what they do then is they solicit from individual counties ideas to build a legislative agenda on, and then that gets vetted through several processes at CCI to ensure that the issues that CCI is lobbying for or against is supported by at least a majority of counties that are members. And so what they're requesting now are those initial ideas from counties about what might we want to see considered for CCI's legislative agenda. So just because we forward an item certainly doesn't mean CCI will be bringing it forward. It goes through a committee structure and a selection process to be sure it's supported by a majority of Colorado counties.
So in the past, for instance, they've sought restructuring of the agricultural tax code, property tax code, and they were successful in further defining that tax code in the last legislative session. So that's the kind of work that they do.
That's a great example of a issue that was recently of concern for our county that CCI did pick up and support, and we were successful in lobbying for that legislation to be passed to provide some clarity in that case to what constitutes an agricultural tax exemption. So that's a fantastic example. CCI has a fairly good success rate, I think, on both bills they oppose and support. Certainly, since I've been involved with them since 2002, the majority of bills supported or opposed by CCI tend to get voted their way. And so it is an effective organization.
Okay, thanks, John. So you've polled staff in terms of what their issues are?
Yeah, a lot of these are issues that we've talked about in various meetings before. There's only 4 items, I think, that came forward from staff for consideration, whether you want us to put any more work in them. And some of these, I think, have been issues before, and I'm not sure that they're quite right. But I'm just going to go ahead and put the 4 items out, and then we can talk about them. One is providing counties the ability to implement a county real estate transfer tax with local voter approval. That can be used for infrastructure. It could be used to support affordable housing. It could be used for economic vitality efforts if we wanted to participate in marketing. There's a lot of different potential uses. I believe that's an item that's been discussed at the board level in the past. There's also a suggestion about providing counties the ability to charge for or set our own fees for food inspections. Right now, we're charged in environmental health with conducting restaurant inspections, and those fees are currently set at the state level. Typically, the costs for running those programs exceed what we're producing in revenues. And in terms of sustainability, do we want to look at the ability to give counties more flexibility in setting their own fee schedule? The next one is really not necessarily a legislative issue because it's discussing an amendment, which would be to talk about restructuring the Gallagher Amendment. And the Gallagher Amendment is the amendment that sets the ratio of property tax paid by commercial and residential property owners. There's been a lot of concern, I think, at the state level about the interaction between Gallagher, which sets these residential and commercial ratios, especially as residential development has grown at a faster rate. The assessed value on residential tends to be lower, whereas on vacant and commercial properties it tends to be higher, and you combine that with interactions with the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, which limits revenues, and then Amendment 23, which requires especially the state to spend a certain percentage of its budget on higher education. That creates a perfect storm in terms of statewide financing, which impacts us, as well as clearly I think there are some equity concerns between commercial and residential property taxpayers. That would not be a legislative issue, but I think if we were to forward that, it may be suggesting CCI create a study group, to look at those interactions and see if there's a future position CCI would want to take in that area. And then there was another discussion came out from our bottom-up economic development discussions about, should we be looking at revising the Colorado severance tax for investment in education to provide another source of funding for education versus property tax. I don't know that that would be as much a county issue as it would a school district issue.
Michael, may I clarify on that point? Sure. Meaning, the intent would be to use severance tax monies not only in the impacted counties, say for oil and gas, gambling, but use the monies for education. I don't think that'd go very far at all. There's a very strong lobby in CCI about this.
Well, I agree, and I think right now also seeking additional taxing authority. I don't know if this would be necessarily the time for that to be successful, but it may not be a bad time for us to start having those discussions at CCI's level. I doubt right now that we'd get much support at CCI for a real estate transfer tax either, to be honest with you.
Well, I think that on the real estate, excuse me, Nick, the real estate transfer was just enabling legislation that allowed the possibility. And the decision would be within the counties to do it or not do it. So it wasn't a broad mandate to have it, and you had to tax. So it was up to. And in terms of the severance tax, it seems to me that there was a discrepancy in terms of the severance tax levels from Wyoming, Montana, and New Mexico. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Colorado had the lowest severance tax of any of those states. So it seems to me worthwhile to understand why and whether or not there was some reason to bring it into parity with the levels at other states, for our own good and just to simplify matters. So, and then the use of that tax is another discussion, but I think it's worth looking into. In terms of the environmental health inspection, there was also the question of inspection of septic tanks and wastewater systems, and those fees set by the state at a state level, and whether or not those also should be discretionary on the part of the county. So I think that's worth considering. And then the fourth matter, it's slipped my mind, but
The
Gallagher, maybe it's on mine because it's so complicated and so complex. But I think that is that tax structure, the general tax structure, and its governing amendments is worth having a discussion at the CCI level. So that's my feeling about that.
The RET is, I think, an important issue to bring up, and just the ability to have that taxing on transfer of property tax. Where we're going with where Gallagher is controlling the tax basis for commercial versus residential, it's kind of, like you said, a perfect storm and a disaster waiting to happen for small businesses specifically. And from an economic standpoint, it's really been brought up, I think, at every one of the economic summits that we've had, that's a huge deterrence to sustainable economics in any county. So I think it's worth addressing. The only other one that I wrote down, that I put down because Michael mentioned it with the oil and gas conversation, is standards for oil and gas drilling. Is there something that we can bring legislatively to raise the standards for oil and gas drilling? as a new topic, not as one of the topics that you brought out, because maybe they aren't at the level that they should be, within the state of Colorado. I don't know if they're federally done, whether the state of Colorado should have additional, and whether or not they should look at different types of counties for different types of, whether you're in the watershed or not, and different regulations in terms of the oil and gas. But I thought it was a good comment that Michael made regarding what those standards are.
And I think, the issue of environmentalists versus oil and gas exploration, it might not ever go away, but if you were confident in an industry that had the highest possible standards and had as a primary goal the protection of water and environment and natural resources, then it seems to me there'd be much less conflict. But that's possibly, since I don't know anything about it except the desire to have high standards.
The state did just go through a pretty significant effort. Now, whether they hit the mark or not is a different question. But I do know, over the last, I think 2 years ago now, three years ago now, there was a huge effort to reform the Oil and Gas Commission, the Oil and Gas Commission rules and standards. And there's still a lot of, I think, discussion about even the new rules. It doesn't mean we shouldn't bring it up. I think it'd be an interesting discussion at CCI, given the effort that just occurred and some of the, I think, feelings about that on both sides right now of that issue. But certainly something we can bring out. It's also something that we can do locally in terms of looking to, look at our 1041 powers and some of our own land use authority, which is now being tested, in this Gunnison County case, to implement our own standards for development too. It's something that we do have some local authority to do.
My impression, I'm sorry, Jack, my impression of that oil and gas was essentially a political maneuvering, and I guess there was some talk about standards, but it was about appointments and about the balance of that board, and so it became a political discussion rather than a discussion of absolute values that could be shared by both oil and gas and the environment. That's I think it was slightly different, but maybe it'll never move from that point because of the structure of oversight on the state's part. Jack?
Yes, and feedback on a number of things. Certainly there's no problem bringing RET to CCI again. We kind of do it annually. There's a lot of interest by counties, and it typically are the resort counties, where they're trying to figure out ways to fund housing or marketing or, infrastructure, etc. Just going back last year, when we brought that forward, the process is such that by July we'll turn this in and we'll have our mountain district or other district meetings around the state, and I think it was somewhere right around in August. And then in September we start our legislative, the beginning of trying to figure out what our direction is. And I'm the county rep on this, so Rachel and I certainly share all of that. Well, CCI's position is, let's not waste the resources in following through. And we'll probably get the same answer, but the answer will keep going, because if it passes muster just at CCI, then the biggest challenge is to get a legislator, Senate or House, to sponsor it and then, move forward in the process. And then, ultimately, the best you can get out of the state legislature is to come up with legislation that puts it on the ballot. I don't even know if signatures can be had to look at a specific revenue issue. I don't know if state law allows
An initiative? Yeah.
For revenues, et cetera, oh, maybe, but anyway, this is a lot easier if in fact there is any path that probably is a better path, because there's a lot of understanding of what Tabor did, which essentially said no more new RETs and no RETs that do not get reapproved. You know, you got to have an existing one even to get it approved. So, you know, we can try. The fee structure, I think this is a good item because we would have some, very much have interest around the state relative to environmental health, restaurant inspections, and septic systems, et cetera. So I think that one has very good traction for serious discussion instead of, well, do we want to climb that mountain on RET, for example. Now we get to the other mountain on Gallagher. I had the opportunity to have Wayne Romero introduce me to the governor. And, you know, it's like when you go to the state legislature to lobby a legislator, you have about a minute and a half to two. So I said the single most important thing you could do as our new governor, because of your popularity, is to help us fix Gallagher. He went, no, 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 no. Impossible. Have you seen the polls? 84 or 80-something% people support. There's an education thing here, too. And the equity issue, oh, it's really unfair for business? Well, guess who makes up the voting population? The residential. So it's a challenge, and I absolutely have no problem continuing to pursue this. But I don't have any real answer. And of course, that would also go to the voters statewide. Severance tax, boy, I'll tell you, we have such a hugely strong lobby made up of commissioners at CCI with the oil and gas producing counties, and the way the structure works, there's a lot of counties that are players and there to see what goes on, and if they have a specific need, whatever. A lot of counties, like I believe one of the reasons we're there is for defensive reasons, all about oil and gas and gambling revenues. And essentially CCI ran a bill this year saying the state was prohibited going to severance tax to even help balance the budget, you know. So, and of course that went nowhere either. Hey, anything, you know, we should just submit our ideas, fine. But that one is the least palatable, only because I know who sits in the room at steering committees, and whether it's tax and finance, general government, land use, or public lands, we're at a minority, no question about it. And especially now with the new power structure at CCI, both on the board and the steering committee, the Republicans basically took over CCI with the new commissioners, you know, and we lost many Democrat, you know, for whatever, any kind of reasons throughout the state. But they took over all of the steering committee chairs and vice chair and all but one of the vice chairs. So that means out of 8 committees, 16 positions, 15 of them have been taken over, you know. It was a political thing, and so that's where that's at. And we'll hear more of that in the future. So that's where those lie. The standards for the oil and gas, I think that would be like severance tax, butting our heads against the wall. We struggled dramatically with, and when we had pretty balanced membership of commissioners, and that's who the voting members of steering committees are, is typically commissioners. Very few have proxies. We struggled really hard when we had a very good balance to get enacted what occurred. And 2 things occurred about 3 years ago under Governor Ritter, and it was one of his agendas. The composition of the Oil and Gas Commission was changed. So there was an environmental representative, the head of the Natural Resources, I think, became part of the membership, and they took away some representatives of the actual industry. So, number one. On the other hand, and the biggest and giant controversy that not only went through the legislative session 3 years ago, and got passed as a bill, which had to do with impacts to the natural environment, and in particular DOW's role in that, because it's the opinion of many that wildlife suffers greatly, and so they would have a play. Anyway, it got passed, and then the beginning of the next year, we had to face down the challenge of all the work they did in between passing the bill and rulemaking and going through the process of actually creating the language. 90% of the work done was through compromise and working together, and it still turned out there was a heck of a lot of controversy and distaste by a considerable number of counties. Now, we actually, when we had a balance at CCI of Repubs, Dems, or Independents, whatever, we supported the bill to move forward and let's restructure and rewrite rules. No chance now. Unequivocal. I think that, hey, I have no problem writing anything down, but when I show up and Rachel shows up and we bring severance tax and oil and gas standards, we probably will get a smile and a blink. So I think this discussion should continue beyond the three of us today to finalize this. So we should weigh in, hear other feedback. The two things that I suggest for potential legislation is something that came to us at CCI the year previous, not this one, a year, that would have been '09, had to do with the Hygiene versus Boulder Supreme Court case, which allows a special district or another government entity to condemn open space land at some value, and I don't even know how the value occurred, but this was about a firehouse in Boulder that they for some reason they chose a piece of land and condemned it, and it was county open space. And so our approach this last session didn't get done, but our approach was how to address this was to try to ensure that if this happened, so we're not taking powers away, but at least market value would be involved in the price of that land. A lot of times, like utilities, they had to take our land open space going to Somass Village for the transmission line to be buried. We didn't get market value for that. It was open space value and, et cetera. So all the implications of buying a negotiated deal, you reduce the price and all of that, well, that's not really market value. So that was our approach there, and I think we should still follow through with that this year. Second suggestion I have for legislation would be to run a bill to enable counties to make decisions locally relative to what type of election each county wants to conduct, mail-in or whatever. There was a move, some of this stuff merges, and I have to apologize, but I think there was a move in the legislative session to actually, by Raleigh Heath maybe, or no, it was it was not this session, it was the end of one, a late bill that was going to make all elections mail-in, unequivocally, and plus other changes to election law. I'd like to promote a bill that essentially allows local control. So that's my two suggestions. I know that that latter one, Janice would probably not be real enthusiastic about, because she joins in with the rest of the Clerks Association, who have realized, for any number of reasons, whether it's staffing, economics, or volunteers, that it's way easier to put on mail-ballot elections, and so that's why they're all there. So, but I'd like to just reinforce that any time a bill comes at CCI, it has always been CCI's position, and, hey, no problem, you can say that there should be a mail ballot so-and-so, but let the final decision be made by the county commissioners. That's how we've addressed that in the past. So, I don't know how much further we can go here, but at least we've got something on the table to bring
Plenty of homework.
forward.
And did we have concurrence on the other two issues to bring forward that Jack brought up?
I don't have a problem with that.
As a discussion point, I mean, do we want to fill this out and send this tomorrow? No, I'm suggesting that we should at least prepare something, and then let's have Rachel and George weigh in too, because we have till July 1st. And I will save this thing. Another saving bit.
I don't have anything else on that, unless you guys have any other items you want us to be doing some research with.
So shall we take a break until 3:15, at which point we'll have a presentation by Nan?
Nan's here, so however long, if you guys want to shorten it up, or if you want to go till 3:15, it's up to you.
I think it's going to be a good discussion, so I would actually like to take a break.
Yeah, let's keep the schedule, 3:15.
Yeah. Can you wait, Nan?
I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm all for it.
Thank you. This is a Pickens County Commissioners Work Session, June 14th, 2011. We're at the last item on our agenda, which is a Healthy Community Fund poll. And this is an examination of the questions that we're thinking of asking for a public poll on a possible upcoming mill levy for the Healthy Community Fund. And Nan Sundin is here to lead us through this discussion.
Great, thank you. And I have Keith Frederick on the phone. Keith, can you hear Commissioner Owsley?
Can you hear me?
Keith?
Yes, I can hear. I can hear perfectly fine. Thank you.
All right, great. We're getting started now. Keith Frederick runs a company called Frederick Polls. They did the poll for the Healthy Community Fund in 2006. And so we have we have a contract with Keith to do the 2011 poll for the Healthy Community Fund. We thought that by asking similar questions, we could really gauge if there are significant differences in the community attitudes and perceptions because of the economic downturn. So what you have in front of you are a list of 11 or more questions, 12 plus questions. Most of the questions are exactly the same as 2006. The only difference you'll see are on some of the questions that have a little asterisk next to the number. Those questions have been updated with current information. What we have learned from Keith Frederick is, in answer to your questions last time we met 3 weeks ago, is that his recommendation is that we do a sample size of 300, and he explains that the difference where we did 381 telephone polls last time is a difference between a 5.6 margin of error, thank you, versus a 5% margin of error, and he can explain to you that that's negligible in a community our size. So he recommends 300. The other question that you all had was where we get the list from, and Keith has explained to us that we have a choice of either using Mick Ireland's list or using a list from Campaign Products of the Rockies, which would cost us $500. At this point, since the cost is negligible, I would just recommend that we use the Campaign Products of the Rockies in order to keep the poll really as clean as possible. And so the changes that you'll see in this poll are related to some of the services that we've added in the last 5 years, including homelessness, healthcare services, dental services, more services for the terminally ill, and so those are reflected in the poll, and as well as a minor change that originally in 2006 we were estimating based on market value of property that the tax would cost about $380 per 100,000 of value. It has gone up as the property values have gone down, and so it's $4.20 per 100,000. And we drafted, and I'll let Keith talk in a second. The BOCC in 2006 passed the tax for 6 years. It actually expires in 2012. And so what you'll see here is a proposal to either keep the tax at a 6-year sunset plan or go for 8 years or longer. And so I think those are the most significant changes, as well as increasing the amount of the tax to generate more revenue to meet the growing needs, health and human services needs in the community because of the economic downturn. So with that said, I think, Keith, do you want to add some things about the poll?
Not really, not much. The only other thing I would add is that we have a whole long list of programs described that are funded by the program, so that people get a sense of and we did this last time. They get a sense of what the money buys, and we ask a pre-test, which is a ballot at first before people hear all that information about what's funded, and then we ask afterwards. And in that way, you get an idea of what happens when voters get educated, or learn more during the course of the campaign. And another thing I also would add is that we're looking at November 2011 voters here, so we'll sample those people and interview those people. So it's a little narrower slice of the electorate, a lower turnout electorate, because we want to focus on this November and see if it's viable.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Man, sorry, Jack. I have some concerns about the general questions that essentially that are about how are things in Picken County. That seems to me incredibly general. Things in Picken County. The Picken County Commissioners, what that has to do with Healthy Community Fund. And, just, I'd like to get right to the core of the matter, which is the Healthy Community Fund, and make that clear to the, but I'm willing to listen to Keith and yourself on that issue.
Keith, do you want to address the warm-up questions?
Can you hear me now?
Be muted.
Keith, are you there?
Knock 3 times.
Hello? Can you hear me now? Should I call again?
Still plugged in, obviously.
Too hard of a question.
What Keith would tell you. So, I'm not sure maybe the phone line went dead. Hold on. Is that those questions are what he would call warm-up questions, and they're fairly standard. And we did them for the roads question, and we did them for Healthy Community Fund.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press
His phone
1.
died. I'll try one more time and then we'll just... It's too bad because he's got the answers to those questions.
I hope and several others.
And several others.
We got to consider Skype.
Yeah, that's one of the things we can probably start to do with this setup now.
So John, while we're waiting, question. The way that focuses, I noticed it was a little low during the DOW presentation as far as being kind of centered versus up or down. It was low. Can there be an adjustment where they raise the...
Hey guys, I apologize.
Probably.
Okay, glad you're back because that was an important question for you, Keith.
And that was when you wouldn't realize I was gone, probably.
Yeah, it took us a little while, but but we caught on eventually.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
So Commissioner Owsley was asking you about the first 3-4 questions that are general and whether or not you have to ask them or whether or not you can just jump into questions about the Healthy Community Fund.
Well, the first couple of questions are screens, A and B, so yeah, we have to ask those. No election takes place on its own. It always takes place in context of the environment that voters are in, and how they think about the county is real important about whether they're in a mood to vote yes to give the county more money. And the property tax question is real important. We find that in all we ask the question all the time, and the 15 or 20 or so communities that we do revenue bond questions or revenue mill levy questions in every year, and it's really predictive of how people feel about the ballot issues. People are in a strong anti-tax mood. They're really hesitant to vote yes. If they're in a mood where they think taxes are okay, it puts them obviously much more positive. So I would keep those. They're very helpful to set up the context of the environment and mood.
Keith, why don't you just ask the question directly instead of saying, well, how do you think things are in Pickens County, or what's the performance of the Pickens County Commissioners? Why don't you ask what you just outlined in a more direct fashion?
Well, we do ask that in a direct fashion later. I mean, part of what you want to do in a poll too is sort of warm people up. You want to get them thinking in context of what's going on and kind of ask them easy questions.
Yeah, I just can't.
That's the reason we ask these. We just find these kind of questions. Plus, we have trends on these from last time, so we can see whether people are just as positive and just as supportive, or whether the mood has changed.
Yeah, I can see the trends in terms of asking questions about the commissioners as a warm-up question. I have some concerns about, but I'm willing to listen as we go into the discussion. So.
Okay. Other questions?
Just a general question that we've gotten the front end, the warm-up. How about the cool-down? Page, let me get to the right page, on our memo, 8 and 9, which is headed just a few questions for clarification purposes. Other than creating a database, why would we ask gender, education, how long you lived here, party, all of that, political party, age? What relevancy does that have to the goal of passing Healthy Community Fund?
Well, the question about gender is important to us because we need to make sure when you ask a poll, a telephone poll like we're doing, and you end up if you take the person who answers the phone, you end up with about 2/3 of the poll being females. Yet in the electorate itself, the electorate is maybe somewhere between 50 to 52, 53% female. So you got to control for that. The only way to do that is to report gender and ask your phone bank to meet those quotas. So we have to ask gender. The other questions are it's like active in the community is something we use for crosstab to see whether there's a difference between the people that are paying the most attention or more supportive than the people who aren't, or vice versa. And that's kind of important to us in terms of knowing what level of communication is going to be needed. The other factors that are there are really there, and we can certainly remove them if there's a problem, although political parties are a very predictive one. They help if we have to run any kind of campaign on this at all, to know who it is we're trying to persuade the most, who it is you're trying to turn out the most. And the political party question is another one that helps us know that we've got a legitimate and valid sample when we're done.
Yeah.
But primarily these questions are for helping in targeting and running a campaign.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Okay.
Rob? Yeah. A couple very specific questions or comments and a couple more general. The first on page 1, it says, "I'm calling on behalf of Fredericks-Pole." Should that not be, "I'm calling on behalf of Picken County"?
Well, if we were to say that, it leads to a couple of things if we say that. I mean, well, first of all, they are calling for me, and, I'm the one responsible for the questionnaire, so, if we get called by the press, I'm the one that gets called. But if we say we're calling for Pitkin County, that sort of sets people up right away of, oh my gosh, the government's calling me. And if you're real negative toward the county, you might just get a negative cast going, and they might hang up on us, and we get a biased sample. If you're, vice versa, you're real positive toward the county, you might say, oh man, the county commissioners are going to see this, I better be really positive and rosy here and lie to them about how much I want to support this tax.
Okay, makes sense. Question number 3, the overall level of property tax. I wrote down a note on when I went through this, to the thought of maybe doing a scale there, like a 1 to 10. What do you think? Because I think a lot of people are just going to say, I pay too much taxes, and especially in this economy. Just a thing to consider. The other thing, just a general...
Yeah, we have a direct trend on that. I actually just came out of the field over at Avon, Eagle River area, basin, and I got a 42 on too high, and I got a 58 on the about right or a little low. So that told me that we got a kind of a green light in the economy, even over there, to do what we're doing for our client there, asking for tax increases.
Interesting. A general question, in reading through all these questions, a bunch of the questions seem to have some, what I would describe as leading language. For instance, the word important for the describing of the programs. Question number 7 at the end, the ability to meet the needs of these important programs.
And I think I'd be willing to take that word out. I think that is misleading.
And also in just a more of a typo type thing, and on page 3, question 7, as stated above, it should say as stated earlier, because they don't have a sheet of paper in front of them.
Just put it aside. Okay.
In question 5, another kind of leading thing, you said if the county commissioners decide to ask the voters to reinstate this tax, would you be more likely to vote against for keeping this designated fund? Referring to it as a tax and a designated fund seems a little weird, because you refer to it as a designated fund in some places and a tax in other places.
If I could, there's Tom Oken is here as well, and he, I think, noticed that we call it a couple of different things: a tax, a fund, Picken County Human Services Fund, and I think that we should go in and just consistently call it the Healthy Community Fund. A tax, the Healthy Community Fund.
Rachel had that same comment.
Yeah. So, good eye, Rob.
Again, back to the second part of question number 7. In some places, and it looks like when you're referring to upping the level of funding, you refer to it as a equation of 50 cents per month, as where when you refer to the continuation of funding, you refer to it as a dollar amount per year. I didn't understand why that was, but it seemed to have a bias one way or the other.
Are you there, Keith? I heard a noise.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so I think
I'm just listening.
I would like to recommend that we just consistently refer to it as a yearly cost.
Okay, take out the 50 cents a month.
Yes.
The only reason I did that was just to make the math simpler for the $6 a one. I mean, the $4.20. Just assuming that went on the ballot, you were just going to say the $4.20 per 100,000. I mean, what we're trying to approximate as best as we can. Something that communicates on the telephone. So everybody's sort of operating on the same set of information that they all understand equally. That's why we say $4.20 per 100,000. But then Also thinking that on the ballot you wouldn't break that one down, but when we were asking for the $6, which we don't know whether it will or will not be on the ballot, I just wanted to make the math easy for people and bring it to a level that we, could be pretty easily understand. And 50 cents a month per 100,000 is easy to understand, as opposed to, $6 requires a little bit more thinking. But if you want to be consistent, we can. That was just my thinking behind it.
What do you guys think?
Doesn't matter which one you use, but I would use one or the other.
May I? About that, I'd like to get an understanding from Keith, or reinforcement. Did we use the $3.80, which now we're using $4.20, example, the per 100,000, or did we use the per million in the ballot question?
100,000.
So that is consistent.
That is consistent.
I'd like to have it on a per year basis, because I'm not sure that anybody figures out their tax bill on a monthly basis and then breaks that down into a fund basis. I just don't think they make those calculations. So.
Okay, so it sounds like we'll stick with per year.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. People only think about it per year. But, again, I'll just tell you one more reason why we do this, because we do it all the time. The $6 is a proposed number. It's kind of, if you will, it's a political number. We're testing to see whether politically we could sell it. And what we found in all the other communities we've been working for a number of years here, for over a decade, is that when you're trying to sell something higher than what's already there, the per month number is one that people both can grasp better and are more willing to understand. Because they'll say, 50 cents. Well, let's see, $1 million home, $5, that's a latte and a half. I can handle that.
So since we...
That's all. That's the only reason we do it, because it's a political number that we're testing more than a specific proposal. But I can go for consistency if you guys want.
Yeah, I think, from my point of view, you do it, this is a poll, not a political campaign. So I'm perfectly willing to use, when we do it often, a latte per month or a refill at Local's Corner per month, but in the campaign. Mm-hmm. But in terms of the poll, I just don't think it's, I think it's confusing.
Okay.
My last comment. My last comment is on question 10E, where it says, as the state of Colorado faces serious budget deficits, state funding for local program is cut, meaning that Pickens County must come up with more funding on its own for these local health and human service programs. I would say on its own to continue these health and service programs. For some reason it seemed to, get the point across a little simpler.
Okay. Thanks.
John?
While we're on that question, I don't know that it's just the state necessarily. I think both our nonprofit and our other municipal partners, as well as the state, are facing financial pressures that, in the absence of a permanent revenue source. I'm wondering, Keith, does it make any sense does it bias anything if we broaden that question, or am I asking a different question by saying, like, it's, as the state of Colorado, municipalities and nonprofits face serious budget deficits, funding for local programs may be cut?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I quite got that.
On 10E, where we talk about the state of Colorado, John is the county manager, and he's suggesting that we might want to say, as the state of Colorado, municipalities and nonprofits are facing serious budget deficits, because we have local partners and philanthropists who are also.
Okay, that's fine. I just didn't get it. Okay, that's great.
Did I capture it?
Jack, feedback on that? Simple is better. and I think we're talking about direct relationship. You know, we could explain federal money goes to state, goes to local, so we're not going to go there. I think we ought to keep it simple, and this one ought to read almost as it does. As the state of Colorado faces serious budget deficits, state funding program for local programs has been cut. As a result, Pickens County must come up with more funding. The idea was I wanted to make the statement about reduction in funding, and then guess who's going to make it up? And I don't know if we add, and that's the reason why we're going to the voters. No, that should be self-evident, I guess.
Right, here's
So
the
I'm concerned
place where
about John's
we're...
idea of expanding the pool of information. Though in a poll, part of it is education.
That's right.
That's the first step
Yeah.
of what polls do.
And the only reason I was going there is we're a little unique in the valley in the level of municipal participation and funding programs, as well as obviously the philanthropy in funding programs. And I think, there's been no decisions made, but obviously those funding sources may also be at some risk in this environment. And I don't know if that is an important message to get out there or not, or if that affects people's thinking. If we think that might affect people's thinking on whether they'd support the tax, then maybe it's something we should ask. But if not, then we could leave it at the state. That is the simplest direct relationship, I agree.
Michael, may I follow? I just remembered Rachel has been talking to the mayor about municipal participation, etc. Has there been any direction? Because what we're asking here directly relates to how the size of the pie.
Yeah, and I don't think there has been there certainly hasn't been a discussion or decision made at the council level that I'm aware of, but I do think, as we go through the next couple budget years, staffs are going to be looking at how do we, make all of this work and what's in our core, and the truth is the social service part isn't necessarily in a municipal core, and so, what happens to that funding? I don't know. No decisions have been made, but it is not a dedicated or permanent funding source, nor is it a core responsibility of municipalities. So I'd say it's at risk.
So, board, do we kind of add a little bit of tweaked language, or try to go more for a straightforward, just referencing the state? That's my question. And that is on item E, 10E.
So you have this statement, and then you respond to it. Not strong at all. I mean, I'm not sure what it doesn't quite fit into a response. In other words, it's a statement.
That's right, these are statements.
And then, how do you feel about that statement?
How important is that to you? How important is it that funding has been cut and the county's going to have to come up with more dollars to continue these programs? So what you look at once you've asked all these questions is what would be the strongest arguments for renewing the tax, or what would not be the what might be the weakest arguments?
So if you went back to 10E and so must come up with funding on its own for these local health and human services, and the response is very strong. That means you believe that the county should come up with those funds. Is that what it means? I'm just trying to get to what it means, actually.
Keith? Are you there? Keith? I can ask him, and we can see. You know, it's basically the idea is if you said very strong, what you would say is we need to provide local funding to support the deficits that are coming down as a result of state cuts. That's the intention.
Yeah.
Is it a strong reason for supporting them?
Yeah, I mean, I understand. It's just, it's sort of awkward. Doesn't it seem awkward to you? You make a statement and then it's just a statement. And then you feel very strongly about this. I don't quite get it.
Well, and I think that it's probably more awkward where we started with E. You know, if you talk about as features of the program, that the program has an independent volunteer citizen board that makes recommendations of what groups and programs fund. Is that a strong feature or is that a weak feature of the program? 10E is probably testing something a little bit different because it's, you know, funding getting cut from whatever source isn't really a feature of the program, and that's probably where the language got a little confusing because we focused in on 10E, so we might need to tweak that a little bit.
Is this not also lending credence to trying to answer the question, do we go for a static amount or increase it?
E would be.
I mean, ultimately, that's a decision we're going to try to sift through also.
Remember that the poll is both an educational tool as well as a feedback gathering tool. And so I think in essence this is trying to share information that there are cuts, that there are significant deficits in funding for these programs, and that the county's choice is, picking county as a whole's choice is to pick that up or not. So the question is, we can drop this question. It's new, as you see by the asterisk next to it. I don't think that we asked this last time.
Maybe though we haven't talked about it as a feature. And so if we were to talk about it as a feature, like we do in those first three questions, it might be, that the program offers a stable source of funding for these health and human service programs in the face of cuts from state, local, and nonprofit service providers. That would be a feature of the program. So you might need to go back and reword those as features. Does that make more sense to you, Michael?
That particular part, but it's still, strongest line.
Yeah.
I'm asking for sort of, I guess, a participation. I feel positive about this aspect rather than strong about it. I mean, I don't get the strength thing. I feel positive. I feel negative.
Okay.
I don't.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yep.
The question itself, question 10, relates fairly strongly to A, B, and C. D, E, F, and G seem to be more things not necessarily about the program as it is referred to in the question itself, 10, but they're more about important things that we need to address as a community. So I would suggest leaving question 10 for question A, B, and C, having a different question for D, E, and F, and G, saying how important is it that Pitkin County addresses the following? How important is it that we address the following, that we have an aging demographic? How important is it that we address the following, and that's going to cost us more money? How important is it that we address the following, that state and federal funding and municipality funding is dropping and that we're going to need more money for that? How important is it because of the economic situation, the demand for these services is up? Meaning, you can get a read, because what we're trying to do is get a read on how to run this campaign partially, what are the trigger points on running the campaign, which I believe is part of the aspect of doing this poll. But I don't believe that the same question can be used for all of those. That would be my suggestion. But I do think they're important questions because we'll know whether it's D, E, F, or G that triggers the heartstrings of people in terms of running the campaign, which is really, in me reading this, why these questions were put in there. I mean, we can have the debate whether or not we should be figuring out what the heartstrings are, but anyway, those are my comments.
Yeah, I like the important, not important aspect of it, rather than strong, or very strong, or whatever it is. I think that addresses, at the first part of the question, a volunteer citizen board makes recommendation. That's very important or not important. And the same goes with the questions that Rob said we should segregate in another subheading of some sort. I think that's good.
How
strong, very
important
strong.
versus strong or very strong?
Important, not important.
How does that work for you, Rob? Because I think what Michael's saying is combining the...
No, I still think it needs to be two separate
No,
questions.
I was suggesting that we do segregate it out.
Yeah.
But that what we're asking for is how important it is, or whether we should consider it or not consider it. Not strong or very strong, and not strong at all. That's something that's sort of obscure, quite frankly, I think.
So for question, just so I can make sure I heard you properly, Michael, for what the actual question 10, instead of rate the strength of each of these, rate the importance of each of these on a scale of 1 to 5, and then a new question for D through G on how important is it that the county addresses the following issues, because D through G are issues, not parts of the program.
Right. Yeah, exactly. They're not how we distribute the funds or how we allocate the funds or whatever. So, yeah. Jack?
Yeah, I would either go there or just reformulate 10. The whole, or, Frederick and Company has a certain timeline they're going to try to meet, to get through this, and an additional question creates more time. But the problem here lies in actually the statement in number 10. Here are some features, and then give us, how warm or how hot or cold are you on it? So I think the choice should be either to reformulate the opening statement in 10 or Rob's suggestion
2 questions.
of 2 questions.
Okay.
Feature of the program or current conditions. It seems to me what Rob is suggesting is we have current conditions or state of the state or something.
If I take this feedback to Keith and suggest either of those, are you comfortable with his solution if he creates one?
Really, what we're wanting to know is the amount of buy-in. Is it really lukewarm? Or is it warm or hot or really cold?
And I hear that you have program components in A through C, and D through G are more community issues. And so how do we articulate the difference?
It's a shame we didn't have the benefit of having him stay on the line.
Should we try dialing?
You want me to try him again?
Well, those sounds that we're getting, it seems to me we're in another circuit of some sort.
Or if he's on one of these, that happens to me
That's
all
what
the
I
time.
think.
It presses
He's
on
on
my
all
cheek and I hang up on folks, and it keeps, why don't we try him one more time?
Will do. One ring dingy.
So, Board, while we're waiting, how about question number 8, where we give a lot of examples of what the program, that's on page 4. Are we comfortable how the opening statement links to what the results we want?
Those are all specific
Hi,
programs.
Keith, it's Nan.
Hey, Nan.
Hi, we lost you again, but we have a few follow-up questions and then we'll be finishing up. Do you have time?
Yes, I do. I apologize again. We were on all the 10E, and I was about to ask you if you could summarize what we were going to do on 10E, and that's when I dropped my call here. Apologize.
Okay. Do you, someone want to explain? Rob?
I'll try to explain. One concern that we had about 10 in general, and we'll start there, is where it says rate the strengths of each on a scale of 1 to 5. We feel that rate the importance on a scale of 1 to 5 works better. And we also felt that A, B, and C are talking about actual elements of the program, as where D, E, F, and G are talking about environmental things that have really nothing to do with the program. The aging population, the state funding, the current economic situation, and the nonprofit groups. So we felt that there might be a better use of a new question for D, E, F, and G, something along the lines of how important is it that Pitkin County addresses the following issues on a scale of 1 to 5.
Okay. I mean, we can do that. We can definitely do that. I see what you're saying. And again, these questions are written with an eye toward maybe not what you really need the poll to do for you. They were written with an eye toward testing messages that you would use in a political campaign to help increase support for the ballot issue. And that's really what they're about. And I pretty much took them all out of the reports that you've done. And what I've read that you put out about what's going on and why you need the increase now. But if you want to just turn it more into how important it is, then we can certainly do that as well.
My concern is that if you read 10 and it says, here are some features of the program, A is a feature of the program, B is a feature of the program, C is a feature of the program, D is not necessarily a feature of the program, it's a reality of Pitkin County.
I got you. They're more features of the program and factors that are related to the program.
Right.
Exactly.
Current conditions.
And I think we still want to test the messaging and what's important, so whatever it would take to make the question do that, it's just that got confusing, I think, was the issue.
Yes,
Correct. Correct.
So it just has to be separate and distinct, and I think you won't confuse anybody.
So, but the question I have after this conversation is, do we move away from, measuring 1 through 5 versus important or not important? Have we weighed in on that, Board? I'm thinking there's more to all of this than we're aware of. I don't think any of us are professional polls, even though after all our campaigns we kind of wonder what went on. So I don't defer, but I want feedback as to what is the strongest question that's going to give us the most information to base decisions on if in fact we move forward. Is it important to have the 1 through 5 to get a sense of the strength of the gut of where people are coming from?
Well, it doesn't have to be. I mean, I can get strength of these of the reaction to these by doing like a 3-point scale, how important, very important, somewhat important, not too important at all. And I can do it that way. So it is possible to change it from, the 5-point strength scale to a 3-point importance scale in words. That's doable. But I think overall, the sort of big picture on this question, to me, what's important and what I think you really want to know is anything that is a true statement and an environmental factor that's going on right now, anything to do with demographics or state budgets or local budgets, or local economic realities that impact the health of this fund and the viability of this fund. I think those are legitimate questions to ask and ones that you really want to know the answers to. Because they're ones that are relevant to what, we know from the past polling that your citizens value this fund. We know that they want to support it, but we don't know whether they know everything you know. And in most cases, voters don't know everything you know. But I think we want to find out, when they find out those things you know, which ones are most important and how do they impact their support for the fund and keeping it viable and maybe even increasing it.
John Peacock.
And Keith, this is John Peacock. By doing the 5-point kind of Likert scale model, can't you do a better job of looking at standard deviations and how much agreement or disagreement is in those average numbers versus doing a 3-point?
A little bit better, yeah, because you can put the 4s and the 5s together, so you got a little bit, you get a little bigger pool on the upper end, yeah.
Right, so not important, somewhat important, very important, with some degree of somewhat to very. It's just a scale, so
So let's go with 5.
Tom? This is Tom Oken.
Yeah, on the 5 scale, I think that's fine. I was going to say, if you wanted to keep this as one question, instead of saying, here's some features of the Healthy Community Fund, we're really saying, here are some reasons to support the Healthy Community Fund, rate the strength of each. In your view, how strong of a reason is this to support the Healthy Community Fund? And in that context, D through G could stay in the same question.
I think that's the same thing.
Are you guys comfortable with that proposal?
I understand what Tom is saying, but it really hinges on reading that question very carefully. And I would like to have the question direct and simple. In other words, here are some features, how strong are those features? Yeah. That's kind of complicated, actually. It's how important is it to you? You actually have the feeling that you're being polled on how important you think it is. And it's close to the first question, but it's more direct, quite frankly. I think it is, but... Board?
I strongly believe the word important over strength works a lot better in this. I'm for the 1 to 5 scale. I still think that it reads a lot better dividing it into 2 different questions. I think they're apples and oranges of what information we're getting. We want to figure out, and I think I said this while you weren't on the line, what the heartstrings are in terms of running a campaign. What's the trigger that's going to get people to vote for this, potentially? What do people think is really important? And when the elements of the program are dramatically different from how the environmental situation is changing based on things that are going on around the county, state, so on.
Jen?
Yeah, I can go either way about 2 questions. Obviously, I'm into the 5. I think we should have Keith take our feedback, think about this as a package, and make a recommendation. Because we can talk about this for another 10 minutes. I don't have a gut feeling to give us a direction. And I certainly don't disagree with Rob, nor do I think my idea is the one that we're going to land on. So enough of that.
So you're somewhat ambivalent.
Yes, on that point.
Okay, so, but I think the structure that we're really looking at is one we're trying to outline, and since Jack doesn't feel strongly about it, that tends to agree with us, I think. So let's use the very important to somewhat important to not important on a 5-scale basis, divided into 2 questions of features of the program or aspects of the program and state of the community, state of the state kind of questions. And how important are those? So, is that okay?
Okay, Keith?
Yeah, I got you. Not to confuse you, but there's actually like even another option, which is to say in the intro something to the effect of, I'm now going to read you some statements that those that support the ballot issue or support, spending, increasing the fund or continuing the fund have given as reasons why they support it. Tell me if you strongly agree, somewhat disagree, or strongly disagree with each. So you basically set it up as here's some statements supporters make as to why they support the ballot issue. If you agree or not agree with them with some intensity.
That's not leading, but it's slightly fabricated because. So I'm leery of that, quite frankly.
Although we have heard this in our board meetings.
Yes.
And so it's not fabricated.
Yeah, but I didn't say it was totally fabricated.
Slightly.
I said slightly. It just sounds slightly fabricated.
We're not making anything up here.
I'm sorry, Nan. I didn't mean to imply that.
We both just take a little liberty when it comes to testing messages.
Yeah. Jack and then Bob.
So now another option, because, all of a sudden we're buried in all this. Make it simple. To what extent do you support the following questions? And it having an independent, there is accountability, public report, in 1 to 5 scale. And I get, I really don't know what the best scenario is, but simple is better. And now, but I have to bring up, if we stick with somewhat of the context of the original question, it says at the end of the first sentence, through a dedicated part of the property tax. I would say just through a dedicated property tax. Because all taxes, this is on number 10, at the first top of the sentence, page, whether it's CMC or road and bridge, when you get your tax bill, it's all dedicated to this. We're splitting hairs here and saying, well, part of the tax is going to be dedicated to, just say it's a dedicated tax, because that's in the end what it is. So get rid of part.
Part of the.
And then on page 7, question 12, second sentence, we say every dollar into the fund is given out to provide services in the community. I'd like to suggest we say every dollar into the fund is used in order to provide services. That way we're not saying given out. I mean, we understand what it is. There's some element of the public that doesn't like giving public support, and we know where they're going to be at, but this says it is used in order to provide services. So I would like to see that clarification.
Just to go back to 10 so we can close that loop, what I hear in the room is that Rob and Michael want to be clear about the differences between A, B, and C and D through G. And so I heard...
Jack is...
And, well, you're the 2 of the 3, so that's what I'm going with. And Jack is sort of there too, and so you guys are, each one of you are suggesting something different, and my recommendation would be that that Keith take your input, and he suggested even a third question, if we can tie in the importance to that question and complete it in the way that he suggested the last time. We're still getting at the importance of these ideas to the voters.
My comment on his suggestion was be careful of making it a campaign call versus an information gathering call. You know, I don't want a question that says, here are a bunch of reasons to support this, tell me what you think. You know, we're trying to get the information from them without telling them, you know, that they should be supporting this. So that's I think what you were getting at in terms of it's a slight bit leading to say, here are some reasons why people support this. Are you on board with them?
And the purpose of the poll, though, is a little bit twofold.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Okay, so as long as we're not losing...
We want to try to get at what's important to them through this poll as well, but without telling them this should be important to you.
So I think what I heard earlier is that we're not looking at features, we're looking at program components and community issues, and how important are these issues to you in making a decision.
And it invites the participation of the person being polled, quite frankly. In other words, it invites their rating, which is essentially what we want. Is it important to you or is it not important to you? Now, when you ask if it's a strong feature or not a strong feature, that's actually something completely different. That's a judgment, and it doesn't invite much participation in the question. I don't think. But, so I'm willing to leave it at that level right now.
So we're going to work with you, Keith, to determine a good way to ask this question to really pull out how important these issues and ideas and components are to the citizens of Picking County. Right? Keith? Good thing I got it.
Take a note.
Take that.
Oh, disappointing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's very frustrating.
Yeah, so frustrating. So are we there, or?
I've got a couple. Okay, so I almost hesitate to bring them up.
But they're clarifying.
We have, and Tom Oken had a few clarifying that would be good to just double check. So
Okay.
maybe we could just start with just start at the beginning.
Well, wait a minute. John has two issues, he said. And he's hesitant, so think about it. And then,
On number 12, my note there is a little bit concerned about the balance of the question. And so it says, basically, hey, all these dollars go out to provide services. We don't pay anything out on admin. It's covered somewhere else. Do you like that or not? And there's no balance of, well, the dollars that we use from the general fund to support administration, the Healthy Community Fund, are also in competition, for providing public safety or other kinds of services, and maybe having some statement to balance out that, hey, is it more important for us to use some of the dollars we collect in the Healthy Community Fund for administration and free up general fund dollars for roads and cops and those other things? Because otherwise, I think we know the answer to this question. It'll be no.
Can you help us rewrite this?
Yeah,
I'd
use better wording.
So that we're
Just,
giving more information about how the general fund is stressed.
There's also, Michael, there's also kind of a philosophy direction with this question, in the sense that, we're looking to potentially add money to this fund or the tax, and so that we can cover the administrative costs, right? And that's kind of what the question's asking. But there's another way of looking at it, which is change the way the fund is structured, so we reduce the amount of money that we give out to organizations and take the administration money away from the other organizations. So I want to make sure that the question at least allows that understanding too. I'm not saying that that's the direction we should go in. I'm just saying it's not just about taxing more to pay for the administrative cost. It's about allowing for the fund to pay for the administrative cost, which my understanding is right now the Healthy Community Fund does not allow for us to cover our administration costs. That's why we use our general fund money for it. So, does that make sense? I mean, I'll leave it in your hands to get the wording of the question, but make sure that there's an opening understanding for both of those directions, I think.
So the assumption is either way, admin costs have to be covered.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not necessarily about raising the tax or increasing the tax.
Mhm.
It's about
It's
just about changing the allocation of the funds. John?
But I guess before, I've got one more comment based on that, but I guess I want to get a read from the board about whether this direction makes sense. And if it does, I think 12 should probably be moved above 11 then, because what Rob just said, I think, may affect how folks view whether we should have an increase or not.
Yeah.
Do you guys agree with that?
Yeah, I think it probably should be moved above 11. The issue, I think, though, is one of the attractive features is all the monies go to services. And that's attractive to a voter, that they're not paying for administration. And the incentive for us as a county is to try to minimize our administrative costs of that fund. And so that's because of that splitting of those two things. We take on that responsibility of administrative costs and trying to minimize them. And then the taxpayer gets full value out of that fund in terms of it being turned over to community services. So I'm not as anxious to change that structure, quite frankly. I'm just not anxious to do it because I think the fund sells itself on the cleanliness of where those monies are distributed. It's a very good point.
With that said, that might be an additional question to add to 10 in terms of features of the program. Is it important that 100% of these funds get paid out to organizations and the administration cost is covered and managed by the county, as a feature?
Yeah, that's. I mean, I think you could ask that question,
because you're right. I think it's a point that people vote on.
My concern is that folks don't know those funds are, if this fund doesn't pay for them, dollars that we might otherwise use for roads or public safety, or it's that trade-off. We're not, because I think if you just ask them that question, the answer is going to be yes, of course we want 100%. But it's the trade-off question I think is important to ask.
But you start to drift into just budget distribution questions. Whether or not that all our funds and how we spend them and how we divide them up between wages for the sheriff's office or wages for the clerk's office or whatever, that starts to beg that question and it starts to get very, very complicated. And I think we should stick, quite frankly, with questions directly related to this. And if you start to say, now how do you think we should allocate funds within our administrative budget or wage budget or whatever it is, that gets very, very tricky, and you start to drift away from the healthy community questions.
I don't know that the other question really tells us anything, though.
Yeah. Well, but it's actually, I think, it's an advertisement for a good program, which is sort of what you're doing in the summer. Yeah. It might not tell us. Jack and then Tom.
Okay, about that question,
And I'm not going to weigh in on where I'm at, whether we should include or not. But I thought certainly the question needs to be rewritten. And I would suggest something like this. Currently, all dollars raised through the Healthy Community Fund to provide service, currently all dollars raised, I can't get through my scratch. Currently, all dollars raised through the Healthy Community Fund go directly to provide services in the community. Administration and operations are paid for out of the general fund dollars. In the future, should the Healthy Community Fund include administration and operations within this revenue stream or, something? I mean, I think that's at least clear. You're stating this is what is and asking what should be, and then that would lead to the switch number 11 and 12.
I think the only thing that you're missing in that question is the stress that the general fund is experiencing. And that's where the question comes from, is that the Healthy Community Fund has grown and grown again, and now we're potentially looking at it growing again, and the county is absorbing that growth, which could be a goodwill, a good effort, important thing to do. So I think the question is, how much do you guys care? Because the answer is going to be, yeah, we want you to keep doing it for free. Keep doing it. It's awesome. I mean, really, it's an awesome feature. We already know that people like that as a feature. So the question is, what do you want to know here?
And that essentially was what I was going to say, is, correct me if I'm wrong, man, but I think in the last poll on this question, that was listed as one of the features in question number 10, and it came back as a very important feature at that time, because that's how it was structured. And so, Michael, it sounded like maybe you want to take this option totally off the table and just keep it as a strong feature of the program, rather than even considering it, because, as Nan says, the feedback you're going to get is going to tell you to do that anyway, probably.
Yeah, the question of allocating those administrative fees to the program then begs the question of, well, what the hell are you going to do with the funds that you just saved by putting them in the program? And are you going to do that well? And that's where it gets back to a very complicated question. And so that's where I'm uncomfortable. Rob, and then
quickly, for my reference point, what are the administrative fees of the Healthy Community Fund that are covered out of the general fund? Are we talking $100,000 a year? Are we talking $200,000? No, I know what they are, but what's the number?
Well, we have a deputy director who's responsible for overseeing the fund. So
we have a full-time employee.
We have a full-time employee, part of my time. And then if you look at what we call the costs fully loaded, you've got finance, you've got the county manager, you've got HR, you've got the building, you've got, so it can be, as Michael's saying, it can be as large or as small as you want to make it. And that's where it gets complicated. Because it's not clearly definitive.
I think that becomes a very sticky point where we start taking Healthy Community Fund money and paying John's salary, allocating some of our county manager's salary out of that. Where do we draw the line with that?
And that was going to be part of my comment, actually, because I think that, if we were to say, okay, if we're going to have a Healthy Community Fund, we're going to give it to a nonprofit to administer the fund. There's not a nonprofit in the world that wouldn't do it without some overhead, but the test is reasonableness of the overhead. And I wonder if we just put a, separate from trying to explain our cost allocations and going down, that path of what we're really paying for, if you just ask a threshold question about, would it be reasonable for the county to, cover some of its costs, with a 5% or 10% overhead number or something like that, and just see what folks think. It's not necessarily directly associated with their costs, but I think a 10% overhead number is what's, 10 to 15% is what's typically reasonable if you're in the nonprofit world for administering this type of program to cover your facilities, your audits, your direct cost and indirect costs. And maybe just throw it out there and see if folks say, no, that's wildly unreasonable, then that's good for us to know. But if folks say, you know what, that's reasonable, the county should recover some costs for administering this program to provide the services out there in the community, we may want to know that too.
Yeah, I'm much more comfortable with that approach, with a percentage of funds we collect dedicated to administration. That's a fair question, it seems to me.
Okay.
And doesn't involve all the complicated allocations.
Right.
Jack?
The poll has multiple purposes. One, obviously to get important feedback from the public as to current, feeling of the voters, positioning. Secondly, the beginning of some minor educating as to thinking about the concept and related to a ballot question. But I still can't separate, even though I'm wanting information, to kind of be thinking about the dynamics of the voting public. And maybe that last suggestion might hold water because we want some information. It's got to be very simple, straightforward, because I'm very much worried about asking for too much here, in this environment. Well, are we going to continue at the 420 continues at the level, and then of course we have the escalator element, which we're not talking about in this discussion. But to then open the door for a new element of funding, it makes me as a voter, trying to put myself in that position, say, well, what is the role of Pitkin County? And maybe I know too much because we are looked at as really a blessed county for a lot of reasons. Open space and this fund are two significant advances that I'm not sure, that very few counties have an open space, and I don't know if any county has this kind of fund, per capita, etc. Almost $1.5 million. So this is a gut check for us as, maybe you do ask the question in a simple form. At the end of the day, though, we will ratify the final questions. And I'm going to be considering whether that's right, because I'm getting into my positioning, which I initially said I didn't at that time want to say. And I think there's a responsibility for the organization to pay for the admin maybe as we do now. So if we do ask the question, very simple, straightforward, so there's a direct answer about where we might go, because then that will evolve into, or involve, a good discussion at this board, at the board level. At the end of the day, this is just draft. What we're doing here.
This is collecting information, and for every other fund, we collect some overhead or some cost of doing it, except for this fund. And the general fund is probably the one getting pinched the most right now.
But it used to be whatever contribution we had was within the general fund before 2002. That's when we did this.
Right.
And of course due to the economic conditions and 9/11, we understand why we went where we did. We already have a very generous public. So
those are the kind of things I'll be thinking about when we get to the real question.
So we'll draft it as a, is it reasonable, and we'll put it before 11 in the next draft that we submit.
Is that agreeable? John essentially agreed with it as a proposal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a second one, John?
There are two issues that, and they're, I think, small ones that Rachel raised that we haven't covered yet. If I could just bring those to your attention. On question 6, she had asked how we came up with this 6-year, 8-year time frame versus 10-year. Nan, I'd asked you this question. You had a pretty good answer for it, but I just wanted to make sure. I believe that they were timed to the presidential elections and then the choosing.
Yeah. You want me to explain?
Yeah, please.
So the last time that we came in 2006, you all approved the question for 6 years to time it with the 2012 general election. And so this question takes from the fact that we're just experiencing a 6-year time period and extending that from 6 years to 8 years. And according to Keith, it's the simplest way to talk about an increase is to go in these 2-year increments. So that's why it was a 6-year, 8-year, 7-year. Last year we tested 7 years and it was very popular, but when we came to writing the question, you all decided to go with 6 years in order to coincide with the national election.
Well, I think 6 or 8 make perfect sense. I did have one note here that I didn't mention earlier that I think period to provide more stability in funding is a leading part of that question. I would put the question mark right after 8 years.
Okay.
You know, for the same 6-year time frame or a longer 8-year period to provide more stability in funding. Again, I think that's a leading aspect to that question.
To an 8-year period.
Yeah.
This is John.
This.
Oh, you want to?
Exactly.
Okay.
You know, I've been wondering, obviously I've participated in 2 elections so far, and this is a survey. I'm wondering if it's reasonable to ask the question about ongoing.
In
Instead of
perpetuity.
limiting 6, 8 years, every board in 6, 5 years is going to go through this, and there's different opinions, of course, and some think the voters like that certainty of approving periodically.
That's a
I'd
really-
like to know the answer to the question, though.
It's actually a feature that we could get information on,
Well,
which
that's
is that
what I
it's a short-term tax. How important is that to you to be able to change it or not? Should it be considered in perpetuity? I think we've not tested that question.
It is a question, and it doesn't, you know, we know where our base is, 6. Maybe we're talking 8, but maybe ask the question, perpetuity. People, there's a lot of, you know, first of all, we start with the middle election at least was a different economic climate, certainly. But the result was about the same, 70%. The first election was a tough economic environment, having to face structural problems and all of that, but that still got 70%. But there was a certainty about 5 years then. So we've gone 5 years, 6 years. Let's at least ask the question. If there's a way to, again, Jack, simply do it.
I wouldn't use the word perpetuity. I'd use permanent or something like that. Perpetuity is it's really disturbing word.
Permanent versus term limited.
Yeah, permanent versus
or whatever you
renewable or something.
Renewable.
So, Rob? Okay. And then there was another issue from...
And the last one is a minor point. I don't think Rachel felt really super strongly about, but Jay's concerned, nobody has a $100,000 house anymore. Should that be 250, 300,000? Do we do more of the math for them? I don't know that she felt very strongly about that, but wanted to put it out there because she had brought that up to me as a comment.
I think it has more to do with an increment of measurement rather than house size. So 100,000 is a mill, and so I think that's why it works. I mean, that's what my feeling is. Otherwise, well, I don't have a $500,000 house. I have, it's not really the house, it's the assessment, increments of assessment, and you just do simple math.
In any way we articulate that somebody's got to multiply or et cetera, I'm used to doing $1 million because that's the environment we're in relative to open space and things like that. But this is easy multiplication. That's the only reason. If it's 4.4, well, you know where you end up. Multiply. I'm okay with that.
I'm done. Those are easy ones.
Tom, do you have any?
Yeah, I just got a couple things that we haven't hit so far. In question 5, when we first explained the tax, I would just add, I guess, when we're explaining that it's $100,000 of home value, I guess I'd say $100,000 of a home's current market value, because that's really the way we've calculated it, is on the revaluation levels that are in effect now, not the market values 4 years ago. And it is market value. It's not somebody's assessed value off their tax bill, which you wouldn't really think of, but Nan thought it was. So I just make it clear that just up front this once, that it's based on 100,000 of a home's current market value, and then later on you can just use 100,000 per 100,000 of value, because you've explained it more.
Yeah, I would actually say
something like that.
It's not a home at all, it's property value.
Property.
And because you do start to confuse, you get taxed on property values.
Well, it
If
is
it's just your home value,
is-
it's a completely different thing from your tax bill.
It is limited to residential.
It is.
Residential, okay.
Because if we're
It
in
is
commercial
not-
values,
it's not
you're
commercial.
talking 3-4 times.
It's not
Okay, but that's still different from a home value, so.
Right.
So I'm not sure how you'd phrase it, so it's consistent with how you're taxed.
You just said resident of the current market, of a resident's current market.
Look up what we said in the past.
This is what we did.
If I could, it actually is home value, because if it's vacant property, it's at 29%. If it's commercial property, it's at 29%. It is only residential home properties that are at the
Residential
7
approved.
point or 6.9, whatever it is now.
That's 7.9 something, isn't it, Tom?
Well, residential is still, I still would suggest to you that residential is different from home.
I would say
It's the
residential
house.
property.
And so residential property is fine with me. It's-
You lost me on market value versus assessed value. This isn't judged off of the assessor's valuation of the property?
It is, but technically, I mean, you have, the assessor gives you, they say, here's actual value is what they call it,
Right.
which is calculated as market value as of June 30th of last year, is what they call actual value. But then your tax, the mill levy, is actually applied to assessed value, and the assessed value on residential improved property is 7.96% of actual value. So $100,000 of actual value is only $8,000 of assessed value. But if it's commercial property, it's 29% is the assessment rate. So $100 of actual value is $29 of assessed value, and that's the Gallagher that you guys were talking about earlier, to maintain that so much of property tax in the state is paid by commercial property, and so much is paid by residential property. And to keep that ratio correct, to continually lower the residential property assessment rate. So I don't know if...
I think you're going to confuse people. I think people
By throwing in
understand what
market?
this is.
Yeah,
This is the industry standard for what
say,
a new tax is, and
for 100,000 of a house's, are we using house, home, a residential property? Current residential property value?
I don't think we have to explain difference between...
No. I was just going to throw market in there, but if that's more confusing.
Yeah, I'm thinking that confuses it. It's, people look at their values, well, I got my tax bill, and technically it's really assessed value, but, it's based on the market during the time period. So I don't think we need to put market. But I do like residential, just to be fair to single family versus, unless you're using it in a very generic, everyone's home is whatever it is. TP, TP is an improvement on a piece of property, that could be your home, so. But mostly it's your residence.
we should probably make an announcement that people's property taxes are due tomorrow if they're paying the staggered, if they're paid half, if they paid in halves. Make sure you mail your property tax tomorrow for the second half, right? Isn't it June 15th?
It is.
Public service announcement.
Tom, do you?
Yeah. I have another comment.
Okay.
Unrelated, which is...
I'm waiting.
Question 6, which talks about, 6 years or 8 years or ongoing now. I was thinking it would make sense to move that more towards the end, like after question number 11, because by then you know a lot more about the Health Community Fund. Here we've asked you in question 5 the first time, would you be for or against continuing the tax? And then we asked that question again later on, after we've educated you in the polling more about what the Healthy Community Fund's all about. And so I think that's the time to ask about the length of your term rather than up front when you know the least about the Health.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Rob?
I agree.
Yeah, it'd be a new number 10.
You have that noted, Nan?
I have a note that he said it goes after 11, but actually we've just switched 12 with 11, so we'll find a place to put it where it flows
6
better.
will become
once
10.
6
The
is
others
the new
will be...
10. Okay, I got it. Anything else, John?
Really thoughtful, everyone's questions, to try to refine this to do it.
I think it,
Right up.
it's interesting because I didn't think it was that hard of an issue to cover, and it's turned out to be very complicated.
It was
Very
last
tough.
time too, so I should have known we needed more time.
But I think we've covered it thoroughly, so I'm happy with our discussion.
How would you like me to proceed? We'll redraft this, and then, we are trying to move, even though we don't want to go too fast, but
I think the important thing is to bring it back when there's a full board here, and so we can finalize that discussion.
okay, so we're anxious to move
When is
forward,
that going
though.
to be?
Well, yeah, that's the,
I'd hate to have another 3 represent the board on these questions that these 3 went over. I mean, that's tough.
I think as long as our pollster is comfortable with the changes that we've made and that we can get a accurate response, Because, I did have a chance to chat with Rachel, and outside of the few minor issues I raised at the end, I think she had a lot of the same kind of comments and concerns that were addressed. I'm a little concerned we're going to get out to July on actually.
Okay, so what you're suggesting is, like, we've made some excellent decisions here today. We've examined the question thoroughly, and we authorize Nan to take it back to Keith in a new form and go from there.
Let's get it done.
And not bring it back.
Right.
Okay. You guys all good with that?
The one question that we didn't answer, although I think we were in agreements, is the list.
The list, and my recommendation was that we go with,
And I agree with that recommendation.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody else wants
it's
to. weigh in on it.
$500.
Yes, you had mentioned that at the beginning of the discussion, you thought that it would be to go with that.
Yeah, go to the most
I think that
neutral so
it's
there's no
neutral.
misconception.
Yeah. You're good with that?
Yes, well, I think we're all.
So what, though you have some directions from the chairman, even though I agree, at the end of the day, when you get this done, circulate it immediately, in case there's some giant red flag.
So once we get it
You
done,
don't
how
have to
about
have a
if I
meeting.
just write a quick MOI and say, here are the final questions, unless we hear something, we're going to go with a telephone poll starting whenever,
In 24 hours.
in 24 hours. Tick, 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 tick.
But we are getting to, I think, we're mid-June now. We have some decisions to make and have to ramp up, and I think we're getting close to having to make a call if we're going to run this in 11.
Yeah, I absolutely support moving forward. Just the final product of the two aren't here, unless some giant red flag. We've done our work, we think it's complete. Out of respect, just as we've heard before, if someone's not here on a certain issue, at least give them a chance, but the intent is to move forward.
Is there
Are you okay if I
meetings?
hit the two individually? And that way I can probably move quicker. And then if there's a red flag, we'll have to bring it back.
Because we're good.
Well, the difficulty is, I think here is that, and I've mentioned this before, essentially you have a pocket veto. If you're not here, you're not here. And I understand Jack's concern, but we have a busy schedule, and if you're not here, you could essentially be not here and not have any action go forward on any matter, because we want to bring it in front of you for your consideration.
But Jack is here and he'd like to look at it again, so.
Yes, and I'm saying that's fine.
So if we do, what if we could work really fast, staff work really fast, is there a meeting next week that I could put it in as an MOI and maybe have till Thursday to get it in?
Yeah, just, let me see.
And then you can look at it again, Jack, and we can have sort of is there anything here that's a deal breaker?
Well, the reason why I suggested this is we are literally formulating a couple new questions or formats, as it were, so at least those of us have seen it. And you're right, Michael, in order to get business done, you got to make decisions, so I'm good with that.
It does look like all of you are here next Tuesday.
I'll just weigh in too and say, part of doing market survey research is the determination of the response that you get reflects on the question, and you can judge what that determination is based on how you feel the question. Basically what I'm saying is we can correct the errors a little bit after we get the data back, with that margin of error, saying, well, this question was a little leading, so let's not weigh it as much in our decision-making process. So I don't find it that important. I feel at this point, let the experts come to the decision, and if we see a 90 percentile on one of the questions and we feel like the question was misleading, well, maybe we don't weigh that particular question quite as much because we felt it was a little misleading.
So you look at interpretation.
You look at it as an interpretation of, an imperfect survey. We're never going to have a perfect survey. So you have to determine how perfect your responses are based on the fact that the survey is imperfect.
Yeah, but we sure spent enough
But
time.
Jack's, I think, is concerned about some of the questions and whether Nan and Keith have interpreted them correctly. And so I think that's fair to bring them back to us when you can. And if anybody, these three at least, see something really significant, and I'm emphasize really significant, then we can communicate that to you.
Okay, so we'll put it in as an MOI, sort of, we're going to go with this unless we hear otherwise.
Right.
And then we'll get going.
If you have a problem, first go to the chair, and then...
Well, see, that's the problem. Chairs and...
I'm being facetious.
Well, thank you for your time. That was very thoughtful discussion. I'm sorry that the phone didn't work very well.
But, yeah, I think we did good work.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
No other matters? Are there any matters that the commissioners want to cover before we adjourn? Nope. So I think we'll call this work session adjourned. Thank you, Mike, and we'll see you in the future sometime.
Monday is strategic plan